Hola, buen día.
Good morning. We're about to begin.
Bueno, pues muy buenos días.
Good morning. Welcome all. We are already connected to our colleague that will be on Zoom, and we are transmitting or streaming on YouTube as well.
Sí, perfecto, excelente. Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias, bienvenidos todos y quienes nos están.
So welcome everyone, and for those of you who are with us in person and also on YouTube. We're going to begin with the second day of the seminar, where the central topic will be the panel of international organizations, fiscal policy challenges in the context of low growth and climate change. We have representatives of the IMF, the CAF, OECD, IDB, and the CIAT, also from academia. So we would like to offer the floor to our first speaker, Juan Toro, Deputy Director of Fiscal Affairs Department of the IMF. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Noel. Primero que nada, agradecer la invitación.
Thank you, Noel. I would first like to thank the IMF, well, you for the invitation and the IMF for being present. This is the Fiscal Affairs Department. I switched regions. I am going to explain what this means. I did this last year, and nowadays I am more focused on the Latin America and Caribbean region. Our Fiscal Affairs Department is mostly technical and for analysis of fiscal affairs. Until last year, I was in charge of Europe, and now I will be coordinating the technical assistance for the region. That makes me very happy because I am Chilean born. And thank you again for the invitation. So what I would like to quickly talk to you about is the publication that we make. We publish twice a year during spring, and we also do it during the annual meetings for the IMF. Normally, the spring meeting is in April. It was 2-3 weeks ago. And the yearly meetings are in October. What we've published at this moment is what we call the Fiscal Monitor. The Fiscal Monitor, in this specific edition, has this title, Fiscal Policy in the Great Election Year. Why? Because in 2024, over half the world is going to be holding elections. So very quickly, the Fiscal Monitor
Primero tiene que ver con todo lo que es el tema de la política fiscal y es
normally has a couple of chapters. So the first one is fiscal policy in the great election year. And the second one was about expanding frontiers, fiscal policies for innovation and technology dissemination. And it is about the industrial policies. Yesterday, it was said that more advanced countries have made generous incentives. In the second chapter, we analyze the best practices of carrying out fiscal policies for innovation and technology. The presentation is mainly focused on chapter 1, but I will make reference to chapter 2. There's the link. You can download this from the internet. So the presentation, as you will see, has a lot in common with what Daniel presented yesterday. So I'm going to try to be quick. I have little time. So we see here that there is paused progress of this fiscal policy that had been advancing, and it slowed down in 2023, and less countries made fiscal adjustments. Some actually made expansions. That's what was said yesterday. It's important to resume this program to have more sustained fiscal progress. And there's a series of expenditures that you can't really fund with a more expansive fiscal policy. Fiscal policies need to work with a monetary policy to reduce inflation and to make finance sustainable. So this has to do with what we normally see with the increase of deficit and public debt. Daniel also mentioned that yesterday, so I won't delve into that either. Now, we have a global perspective here more than a regional one. One of the aspects that this global perspective accentuates is both in the American economy and the Chinese economy,
estos dos parámetros, particularmente el parámetro de la deuda.
Which have a strong influence on the debt parameters. In the case of the US and China, the debt forecast is increasing, and it's increasing in an accelerated fashion, as you can see on this graph. So what we see in terms of the evolution of public debt in China and the US is, as you can see here, this is part of the fiscal monitor, but that is what we've been talking about. The trend in both countries brings about this spillover effect because it has to do with the interest rates, et cetera, et cetera. So for Latin America and the Caribbean, but also for the world in general, it is a complex situation. These two economies have great influence, and that generates pressure on other economies. There are details here on what these policies have brought about in the United States and in China. We can see the phenomenon of the spillover effect, the spillover impacts. It can generate impact on the financing conditions in the medium term, especially in emerging market economies. That puts pressure on costs. And yesterday was mentioned that in the region, we have an increasing number of income and the debt, and a strong increase, 12 to 17. There's another variable that we see which has to do with generating income, and that versus debt. And this variable not only increases the debt component of the fiscal budget, but there's also a relationship, and if the ratio is not good, it's a difficult situation. That's why the income is important. But here we see some differentiated effects, and you can analyze this looking at the fiscal monitor. But this has to do with a sensitivity analysis that we make, looking at different economies. But if we look at China, it's a complex case because the growth dynamics of China generate an impact on foreign trade and on the country's income. Because if we sell less to China, we have less income, profits, etc. So this is not something we can dismiss. And there's an average that is around 5, and that's quite significant in terms of what the dynamics with other countries are looking like. So there's another exercise where we look at the impact of China's slowdown on other countries' total revenues. it's quite significant. You can see that countries have advanced less. Why? Because foreign trade is extremely dependent on this relationship with China. So these two countries generate a trend that puts a lot of pressure on the possibility of bringing a sense of normalcy to fiscal policy. There are pressures on expenditure. The possibility of normalizing this fiscal policy is a greater challenge under this stress or situation. And that's what we see here in the graph. This is where we make reference to the fiscal monitor. We've seen that in election years, we mentioned it in the beginning of the presentation, half the world is going to hold elections. There are policies that tend to be more lax, and they have a greater impact in increasing the deficit. So again, we are normalizing fiscal policy. In terms of expenditure or spending pressures, here we see the different components of the spending pressures depending on the income level of the economy. In less developed countries, the spending pressure for development is significant, and countries have somehow committed to this to the SDGs, which in the case of the lower income countries implies a significant level of spending as a percentage of their GDP. In the advanced countries, it is much less. Another topic that will be analyzed in the presentations is the elevated risk for debt sustainability. There's going to be a special session on this. So these are some of the recommendations. Normalizing fiscal policy, generating sustainability in fiscal policy. The idea of consolidating the fiscal risk, the macroeconomic conditions have to do with the country's risk, but we must normalize this in order to have more stable spending pressure. There are some things that we'd like to stress here. The need to generate greater income. Yesterday, there was talk about reducing some of the conditions, but what we're talking about really is generating tax capacity. We are talking about this. And the medium-term perspectives, that is also important. It's something we've recommended, the adoption of the medium-term revenue systems. And it has to do with thinking not only about tax reforms in isolation, but linking them to the expenditure projection with the spending pressures and everything that we need to take into account, even including climate change. And there were several very interesting presentations yesterday on the matter of fiscal rules. Because in Latin America, many countries have fiscal rules, but these have not been enough to stop the debt growth or debt increase. There was in China, there was a rule that was only about the structural deficit, for example, but it is changing, and the aim is to put a ceiling to that debt. So the talk was about developing the dual rules. So, in parallel to what we're doing here at the Fiscal Affairs Office, there's the Regional Economic Outlook, the RIO. And they're very consistent in their recommendations, well, with what we say, obviously. I talked a lot with the people from the department, and in chapter 2 of the Fiscal Monitor, I'm not going to delve into it, but this is the essence of that chapter. We have 3 fundamental questions, and then we generate some policy guidelines in order to work on industrial policy. I'm not going to further develop. You can read it in the Fiscal Monitor. So, in the Fiscal Affairs Office, which is basically technical, we try to support the countries to apply all these policies. If you take a look, this is a diagnostic, and then it makes recommendations, the Fiscal Monitor. But in general, we try to support countries with technical assistance in order to develop and implement these policies. We have just launched a new tool, the Global Public Finance Partnership, which is taking a more comprehensive perspective of public finance from the point of view of income, expenditure, and cross-cutting priorities, gender, climate change, etc. All that will be in this tool.
Por ejemplo, el tema.
And very quickly, in talking about revenues, we have a portal, and the countries may have access to everything we're working in terms of tax policy, rules, etc. We also do analytical work. We create tax capacity information so the countries can have access to all of that. In spending, the same goes. We talked yesterday about the investment. We have a whole area on investment, how to manage bottlenecks. By the way, we analyzed to see how much is lost from public budget when one invests 100 pesos in infrastructure. 30 is lost. That's the estimation in terms of the mismanagement of projects and the slow management. So we have this fiscal risk management so as to have the countries in managing better investment. And finally, something that we have pushing forward, including World Bank, OECD, and UN. And this has to do with adopting tax reform together with the spending issue. That is, somehow, when we look at how much income we need, we have a forecast, which is really the trend. But we have to look at the development. How much is needed for more development, more investment in education, in health, in infrastructure, and this in turn will bring in the needs for spending. And here we have to have a mid-term outlook, not just doing marginal changes. We must have a mid-term perspective. There's whole rationale of economic policy that is found here in this graph. And that would be my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Juan, for this very interesting presentation and for sharing all of these tools that the fund works on to assist the countries in the region. We now hand over to Rainer Schnisden, Director of Macroeconomic Studies from CAF. You have 15 minutes. Thank you, Noel. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be here. And it's also a pleasure for CAFA to participate in this seminar. I will be talking about climate change, challenges in the context of low growth and climate change in the region. This is something very important, and for many reasons. First, because our organization strategy tries to address climate change and this transition. And besides, in the last few years, CAF has gone through regional expansion, And this in turn has led us to the Caribbean. That, together with Central America, is a region where we are expanding. And the impact of climate change are very, very harsh for that subregion. And these aspects also have a strong impact on fiscal sustainability. And this in turn varies from country to country. Latin America is very much exposed to climate change and risks. That is the main reason why we have to impact this kind of event and taking a look at fiscal sustainability. But we have this as a foresight. It has a big impact, bringing economic loss, fiscal problems, and it impacts the creation of income and revenue. The mitigation strategy to face these climate risks have an important fiscal effect. There are costs involved, certainly. Now, climate risks has one part that is the exposure and the other vulnerability. Latin America faces risks that are greater than the global average or high income economies. And that is due mainly to our geography. And there are some institutional weaknesses also that limit adaptation and a business environment that does not permit much resources to be allocated to face these risks. There's also a great diversity in terms of exposure as well as vulnerability within this region. Exposure that is basically due to geography, but vulnerability is highly related to the level of development of the countries as well as institutional capabilities. Something very important that deserves mentioning here is fiscal capability. And the Caribbean and in Central America, there are countries that are highly exposed without the capability to invest before the risks in infrastructure. And this kind of investment is fundamentally important, but it has been displaced because of other needs. And this, in turn, brings in a vicious circle. The more vulnerable countries invest little in adaptation, and then they have to pay a great attention to the events, and that is accrued, and then in turn this affects their um, lending capabilities or credit worthiness. Now let us take a look at the types of events we're talking about. We are subject, well, half of the events in the past have to do with floods, but there are also storms, and there is a sub-regional important distribution. In the Andean region, for example, we have a lot of floods and landslides. In the Caribbean, naturally, there are storms, and in Central America, storms and droughts. In the southern cone, I would say that droughts are strong. And then we go into the estimation of growth and fiscal impact in natural catastrophes. We conducted a quantitative exercise assessing the effects from extreme climate events. And here we used 4 countries: 2 Caribbean, Dominican Republic and Barbados, one from Central America, Honduras, and one in South America, which is Paraguay. In the first 3, we modeled a hurricane. And for the last one, Paraguay, we were looking at a drought that is also affecting many other countries in the region. We looked at different scenarios of public policies before the event. And here we'd mention two of these: investment in resilient infrastructure, which is the adaptation policy that we use, as well as the creation of a fund for emergency. Here we use the DIGNAD model. It's a dynamic model for general equilibrium as developed by the fund. It's deterministic based on a certain shock that affects public and private infrastructure and the productivity of the economy. As we said, we looked at different ex ante scenarios involving adaptation. The the weather shock, it has an impact on private capital, on public infrastructure, and the productivity of the economy. What is really important here is the capability for having resilient infrastructure. The governments may decide to invest in regular infrastructure or in resilient infrastructure. The difference is that the resilient one brings in three benefits: less depreciation, mitigate damage and loss, and greater return rate. But on the other hand, it's more expensive. And these higher costs can be funded at market prices or through concessions, mainly through funds coming from multilaterals. We worked with three scenarios: a basic scenario without any action, believing that the infrastructure here is standard, and we have then the event at a certain point. The second scenario that involves resilient infrastructure that is funded through concession and commercial debt, depending on each country. And the third scenario, we have resilient infrastructure, considering previous setting up of an emergency fund in order to address the impact of these natural disasters. We have gauged what's happening in each country, but we won't go into detail here. But this is available for you, and this considers, on the one hand, the level of access to funds from each country, and it also takes a look at the structural economic conditions, fiscal conditions in all countries, and the level of exposure to natural disasters. Results. Generally speaking, what we have noticed, and by the way, we'll have a pause here, and afterwards we'll see this in further detail, but we have been able to observe that investment. Well, no, let's go back. First of all, without resilient infrastructure, we say that there's a very strong impact from natural disasters on economic growth during the time of the event and also in the long term. And there's also an impact on fiscal impact. We have the GDP debt, and before this kind of event, there's a strong increase in each of these countries in terms of debt and GDP, and that is for up to 10 points of GDP. And this has a strong impact, initial impact, and another component that in time is related to deterioration of financing conditions as related to the impact of the shock over the initial conditions. And here we also see that with resilient infrastructure, though, we see a strong a reduction of the impact on the negative impact of these events on economic growth and productivity. The fiscal impacts, though, have mixed results. At the short term, we have a situation whereby the debt increases more because of the more costly uh, resilient infrastructure. But afterwards, we find it difficult to see differences, and there are more favorable fiscal results. Now, here we have a dilemma. The debt GDP ratio can go up because of the initial investment in the resilient infrastructure up to 10 or 15 years. So in the long term, this is a correct decision, but in the short term, this is very costly, which leads us to make some recommendations in terms of policy. And I'm about to conclude. By the way, there is a fact that the resilient infrastructure is key to mitigate the effects of climate shocks on GDP and debt, but it does bring in important fiscal challenges. In the simulation, we see that the concessional debt is key to bring in resilient investment because it avoids worse indebtedness. And besides this, concessional funding addresses two problems. It, on the one hand, addresses financial stress for the countries that are already highly indebted, and it also addresses the planning horizon that is pretty short and with unpredictable yields. So we have long-term gains, but that is not sure because we don't know when the shock is coming. But the cost that must be paid in the short term is high, and this is also related to the political cycles.
That is why concessional financing is so important. Governments should accelerate the reduction of disaster risks and the adaptation to climate change in order to face multiple factors of vulnerability. And these initiatives should be aligned with development objectives that are broader, especially in countries that have fiscal limitations. I will conclude very briefly. I have 1 minute left. What is it that we are doing in CAF in order to address these dilemmas that we have before us? First, we have a contingent sovereign credit line. This credit line allows countries to access financing due to climate events in order to, for $500 million in order to address emergency conditions. And also, we are evolving in a flexible general amortization pattern whose trigger is not specifically a case of natural disasters, but recently we are incorporating in the portfolio of CAF a trigger for natural disasters in order to generate this flexible amortization scheme. And the issue here is that countries subscribing this type of contracts have the option of extending the financing terms once according to certain previously established measures. The exposure to a natural disaster is verified. This is an additional mechanism we are including so as to, it's a concessional credit in order to align opportunities that we offer to all these additional challenges faced by countries, mainly those countries of Central America and the Caribbean, where the weight of natural disasters is most significant. And in average, they can have a loss of close to 2% of GDP per year. With this, I conclude, and thank you very much. Thank you, Rainier, and very interesting your presentation and how, based on the results you've been finding in your models, you're adjusting the mechanisms available in order to support the countries of the region in this very important area of climate change. We move on to the next presentation. Sebastián Nieto Parra, head for Latin American and the Caribbean of the OECD. Thank you. Well, firstly, thanks to ECLAC for the invitation to the Fiscal Policy Regional Seminar, to Noel, Daniela, for all the collaboration in order to have all of us here present. I will present the different elements of fiscal policy and how they can have an impact on development in Latin America. Also, insisting in the views and restrictions, fiscal restrictions we are seeing in the region. Thank you for this report, but also based on the Latin American economic outlook that we do with CAV-EU, and it has been the basis for this presentation. Starting point, indeed, there is important financing needs in order to close the gap of a development gap in Latin America. However, what we are seeing is that the primary balance has always been below what we would need in order to stabilize the debt. It's close to 2% of GDP, the primary balance, and to stabilize the debt in Latin America. And we are speaking about regional averages, but we don't see the heterogeneity or details of Latin America and the Caribbean. But there is an important result, and that is automatically we are seeing an increase of the debt in spite no new net emissions are in the sovereign market. Also, we've seen an important increase of the debt service regarding tax revenue in Latin America. And this is debt service to tax revenue ratios. We are speaking about 15% of debt service in Latin America and the Caribbean. That is much higher than the OECD average. In there, it is OECD is 6%. So there are two main reasons: low revenue, low collection, but also interest rates and costs in the domestic and international markets. And precisely, if we see how we are doing regarding the implicit interest rate and economic growth in Latin America, economic growth has always been below this implicit average rate. That means that we are growing very little as compared to what we are paying in debt. It is an implicit rate which is 6% from the beginning of this decade. And especially if we speak about international market, it is the impact is even greater. The difference between spread plus the interest rate of the US minus the economic growth of Latin America, the differential has been positive throughout the recent years with very few exceptions. One of them was the increase and the recovery after the pandemic. So we are facing a scenario where we need to change the model, not only think about the short term, but also medium term of how to generate more economic growth. A growth that, if we speak about potential GDP per capita in Latin America, we are speaking about 0.7%, whilst in advanced economies, we are speaking about 1.7%. Now, in terms of labor productivity, we've spoken about this, and the gap continues to increase regarding the OECD countries. We are speaking of a gap that today is below 40%, and the productivity of OECD countries, something we are witnessing since the pandemic, and it is much below what we had at the beginning of the 90s when the gap was close to 50%. Now, vis-a-vis all this, we need a strategy, a clear, productive strategy, where we need consensus with the private sector, with academia, civil society, and where in the past we insisted in four sector groups. One linked to green transition, the other one digital transformation, a third one on sustainable agriculture and food production systems, and then all that which is linked with health and economy of care. There are opportunities to generate more added value, employment generation, and to give you an example, if we invest more than 3 percentage points per year in some sectors, we could have an important impact on employment, which is what we have on this slide, where we can have growth in formal employment between 14 to 18 or 19%, depending on the economic sectors. There is an important potential if investments are conducted appropriately in the region. Now, speaking about investments, indeed, there still is, and we've noted this on several occasions, an important bias regarding the investment in the current expenditure, capital expenditure. And when we speak of capital expenditure, there is an important focus. And when we break it up, we see that there is a potential of greater investments in other sectors beyond transportation, speaking about telecom or everything that is linked to water, or also look for mechanisms in order to favor multimodality in transportation and not to go to this bias we have in Latin America concerning highways, land highways. So how to go beyond highways, to go to different transportation modes, something that is truly in line with green transition and at the same time generating or improving employment. Also, we need greater participation of the private sector. In Latin America, the share of private investment in total investment is smaller than OECD. So greater private investment is something significant for the region. And if we speak about I plus D or research and development, R&D, share of R&D investments by funding source in Latin America and other countries, and that is close to 6% elsewhere. Greater participation of the private sector, what type of strategies, what type of partnerships are key with the private sector, and also competition measures that would help some sectors to incentivize spending in R&D. How to improve spending efficiency and taking the results of PISA, the PISA score as to performance of students. We spend little, but with what we spend, we don't get the performance that would be expected on as compared to OECD countries. Several important points. First, to define what is to spend. In the case of education, here much more analysis needs to be done. The expenditure on GDP in Latin America in education is high, but per student continues to be very low. And it's not that we are spending wrongly, but other factors need to be taken into account. Curriculum, education, the family, elements that can improve performance, and where indeed we need to have a comprehensive outlook when we speak about expenditure in education. Now, going into a key aspect between expenditure and revenue, it's tax morale. What we've seen in Latin America and the Caribbean is that tax morale has dropped. the percentage of people justifying not to pay taxes has increased in Latin America since 2011. There has been a rising trend. Indeed, this is linked to the quality of public services and the quality or efficiency of tax administrations, how to conduct this dialogue. And this is a work that we are advising to work on this also with the ECLAC or OECD on how to improve tax morale in Latin America. Other important elements on taxes and income, this is linked to the studies we did with ITB, and where we see that the effective corporate income tax for companies is high in Latin America. And also the idea is to favor entrepreneurship, and therefore the effective marginal rate of enterprises in Latin America is twice as what we have in OECD countries. So the tax restructuring is key in order to favor progressiveness, but also entrepreneurship in Latin America. About the debt, something that is important to point out is that depending on creditors, solutions are different. And we cannot speak about one single Latin America when we speak about debt management. An example is that related to creditors. And in some countries where you have bilateral, multilateral creditors, you can think of what type of solutions can be obtained regarding the debt management, whilst if it is from the private, the situation is more complex, and this calls for dialogue with the private sector, something that's not that evident as we've seen in the past. But clauses on debt management are key, and this has been standardized, and this is good news for many countries of Latin America. However, Daniel was already mentioned this as to foreign currency. It is an important element in the debt management. As to there has been an increase of green bonds, of sustainable bonds, and today they account for 30% of emissions of Latin America vis-a-vis the global market.
Una buena noticia a primera vista, ya que esto encamina.
This is good news because this funnels resources to development in Latin America. However, we must look in detail at how the regulations, the taxonomies are regulated behind these instruments, who conducts the monitoring of these bonds. And just to give you a few examples, via this table, we can see that there are various mechanisms, frameworks, and taxonomies at a national, regional, and international level. And we certainly need to monitor and verify investments of these instruments. And to round up, I would like to mention that the national development banks are fundamental, and we have evidenced many interesting experiences in Latin America, where increasingly we have observed that they point towards the objectives related to gender, digital transformation, and green transformation. And these development banks in Latin America also focus on agriculture, are major generators of employment, and something that we're increasingly viewing in the financing summit that we held last year, but also through the discussions that are held at an international level. The coordination with multilateral banks and with other development banks of OECD countries is fundamental in order to provide guarantees so that we can finally reduce the debt cost for development banks and create an effect that implies a leveraging for the private sector, and undoubtedly for SMEs that is fundamental, and therefore the leveraging role of these banks in Latin America is fundamental. It can be a win-win situation when it comes to fiscal policy. So I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sebastian. Very efficient delivery and a very comprehensive delivery of how we can promote financing for development in the region in order to promote the major transformations that you mentioned. Let's continue with Alexander Pick, who is the coordinator of the Tax Data and Statistical Analysis Unit at the Center for Tax Policy and Administration of the OECD. Alex, you have 15 minutes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Please excuse me for speaking in English, but I only have 15 minutes for my presentation and not 15 hours, so I'll continue in English.
By thanking the organizers, everyone here in Santiago and Sabal for the honor of being here. It is great on behalf of the Center of Tax Policy and Administration at the OECD, I can say that it is an honor to be at this event and to sit alongside partner organizations with whom we are delighted to collaborate on an annual basis and in ever more innovative and in profound ways. I'd also like to congratulate the team for choosing this excellent topic, which has relevance not only for the region, but also far beyond Latin America and the Caribbean. And my presentation in this spirit will focus on the preliminary findings on tax policy trends in 2023 in 90 jurisdictions of the inclusive framework that are participating in this year's edition of the Tax Policy Reforms Report. This report won't be published for a while, but so these should be treated as preliminary results rather than final and not shared too broadly. Hello, Internet. The presentation largely identifies broad global trends on how countries' tax policy is adapting to the widespread challenge of low growth and climate change. Afterwards, I'll give a few examples of how the OECD's work on tax is addressing the cross-cutting challenges that typify the current context. So, to begin, just some headlines from the preliminary findings. What we've seen in 2023 is either a slowing or indeed a reversal of trends seen in previous years, often precipitated by the COVID-19 pandemic, of reductions in tax rates or in the size of the tax base. So this actually isn't the case for personal income tax, which remains a tool for supporting economic recovery. However, a growing share of jurisdictions have increased their social security contributions. I'll come back to all of these findings shortly. The trend for reductions in CIT rates also seems to have halted last year, with far more jurisdictions implementing tax rate increases than decreases. There was also a slowing in the pace of VAT reductions and base narrowing measures, and some jurisdictions have rolled back temporary relief measures. In the area of environmentally related taxes, cost of living pressures continue to prompt jurisdictions to reduce taxes on energy use, but several high-income countries have increased their carbon taxes. And finally, and I won't talk about this very much, property tax reforms were relatively balanced between tax cuts and increases in 2023. So let's go a bit more into these results. Really, the changes to the reforms to PIT and social security contributions were driven by a range of concerns, including revenue generation, but also cost of living pressures and equity concerns. So reductions in PIT and social security contributions, as we remember during the pandemic, were a key tool. And in the case of PIT reliefs, they continue to be to provide crucial support in many countries. On the other hand, social security contributions have increased in many countries since 2022. This is in some cases to address financing pressures, but also to fund new programs that have been introduced in health and other insurance modalities. Some countries, also worth noting, have introduced progressive PIT reforms that have attempted to shift the tax burden away from low-income households. And jurisdictions that broadened their PIT base generally did so by removing or scaling back existing allowances and credits. And the final point is that although inflation wasn't as high in 2023 as it was in 2022, when in the OECD at least it was at its highest level for over 30 years, inflation did persist high above historic levels, and this meant that fiscal drag continued to push up effective tax rates on labor, but also increased nominal tax revenues in a mechanical fashion. As a quick detour, I'd just like to talk about the taxing wages results, which were published a couple of weeks ago for 2023. I say this not necessarily only to fly the flag for this report in OECD countries, but also because we are, I think, interested in expanding this initiative to the LAC region as well. So please watch this space, because I think this is an area where there's significant gains to be achieved by adapting the methodology to LAC countries. So what we see, I hope you can see on this graph, there are within the taxing wages report, we focus on 8 household types of varying composition and income levels. The yellow line is the tax wedge. That's effectively the cost of labor, or the difference between the take-home pay, gross and take-home pay for different types of worker. The yellow line is for a single worker earning the average wage. This tax wedge tends to be the highest. And then the red line shows for a 2-earner married couple who benefit from the preferential fiscal treatment for married couples in OECD countries. And then at the bottom, we have the tax wedge for low-income earners who happen to be single parents. So we see the difference between the tax wedge, but this graph also shows the reduction that was seen during the pandemic, and what we've seen in 2023 is tax rates for all these different household types are back where they were prior to the pandemic. And this, to a large extent, obviously, it reflects the elimination of COVID-era tax reliefs on PIT and Social Security contributions, but it's also a function of fiscal drag and high inflation in a context where around half of OECD countries automatically index their PIT systems for inflation. So after that quick detour into personal income tax, returning to corporate income tax now, the number of countries that increased CIT rates in 2023 was larger than the number that decreased them. And the downward trend in statutory CIT rates has halted, with many more jurisdictions increasing them last year. At the same time, with tax rates at historic lows, countries are narrowing bases rather than decreasing rates when seeking to provide favorable CIT treatment. At the same time, we see the trend of using tax incentives to promote clean investment has intensified in the last year, and also to note that over 50 jurisdictions have announced steps towards introducing CIT or implementing global minimum tax. Okay, so VAT, briefly, sorry, my computer is bugging a little bit, but that's standard. There were major reliefs introduced between 2020 and 2022, but the pace of VAT relief, especially on energy products, slowed in 2023, although this was still very much a feature of VAT policy in the year. There is also, for the first time in a while, a few jurisdictions that were increasing their standard VAT rate in 2023, and there was also a marked increase in the number of jurisdictions that use the VAT system to promote consumption of less carbon-intensive products, and there was also a trend towards introducing more health taxes to promote a healthier lifestyle, not to mention generate slightly higher revenues. At the same time, moving on to very quickly environmental taxes, again, cost of living pressures were a big feature of this year. Although as the year moved on and the prices lowered slightly, there was a trend towards moving away from broad support to more targeted measures. And important to note that a number of high-income countries increased their carbon tax in 2023 to support the transition to a low-carbon economy. So that just gives you an overview of the trends for the different tax types. And then, as mentioned, I thought I would just talk about what we see as the need for coordinated action when faced with this challenging context, these kind of perpetual trade-offs that we're told about between economic growth, climate or environmental concerns and social concerns forever kind of pitched against each other, and rightly so. There are important political challenges here, and these challenges relate also to fiscal policy in general. Obviously, we don't focus so much on the spending side in the CTPA, but we do recognize that tax has a key role to play. And so in a context where, for example, looking at tax and inequality, the OECD has recently published reports on the taxation or different types of taxation, all of which feed into broader policies to reduce inequality in the current challenging context. So looking at taxation of household savings, of inheritance, of housing, and indeed of wealth, which we appreciate is a big topic at the moment. In brief, some key findings from this work is that capital income tends to be taxed at lower effective tax rates than labor income, which reduces horizontal and vertical equity and also encourages tax arbitrage. And this work we'll keep on looking into, I think. There's also significant differences in the tax treatment of different savings instruments, but in general, it seems that savings instruments held by wealthier households tend to be taxed comparatively lightly. Taxes on wealth, we've seen have very, very narrow tax bases and at present raise very limited shares of revenue. And thus, there is room to enhance the equity, efficiency, and revenue-raising capacity of taxes on personal income and assets. And at the same time as inequality is a major issue, of course, in Latin America and beyond, the persistent impact of the pandemic has in terms of the proportion of the population living in poverty or extreme poverty has shone a light once more on the importance of comprehensive social protection systems. We in the OECD are looking at, and indeed the Development Center are looking at financing social protection. And in order to do this, have developed a wide-ranging analytical framework as a basis for country tax policy analysis. So this has identified 5 different and interacting strategies for financing social protection in developing countries, based not only on increasing general tax revenue, various ways that we know about for doing that, but also enhancing the role of social security contributions, strengthening the functioning of the formal economy and avoiding or removing hurdles to formalization, making informal workers and businesses that have some contributory capacity to pay for social protection where possible, and also to strengthen tax enforcement and avoid fiscal and social fraud and evasion. And allied to this, there's the understanding of the broader cross-cutting issues, such as strengthening tax morale, creating trust in the tax system, but also in the social protection system, and of course, modernizing the functioning of government, tax administration, and social protection systems, all of which have the capacity to promote greater social protection coverage. I'd also like to draw your attention to what we describe as the nexus. Sorry, I've completely missed the last slide. It's there now. The nexus of CIT, investments, and climate. We all know that achieving decarbonization objectives requires major investments, and that corporate tax systems affect firms' investment decisions, and that clean investment receives preferential CIT treatment in many countries. But there's a real value in digging deeper into what's actually going on, because countries differ in terms of the sectoral composition, the focus of their decarbonization efforts, and the policy mix and design. And we're trying at the OECD to get a handle on all of this, knowing that diverse investments are required to reach net zero, heterogeneous technologies, but they do share some common characteristics, and also are the firms themselves that are driving these investments heterogeneous, and does that impact how they should be treated in terms of taxes. And then the final complication, of course, is that the international context is varied and changing. We have the global rules on state aid that can complicate this kind of work. So what we're trying to do is generate a conceptual framework to understand the links between CIT and clean investment and to better evaluate CIT incentives when they are used. And finally, the joined-up approach, of course, has a strong international dimension. So the Inclusive Forum on Carbon Mitigation Approaches is just one of a number of activities that the OECD and other partners are leading to try and coordinate these kind of activities, to take stock of what's going on in terms of mitigation, to bring together a diverse range of stakeholders to estimate the impacts on emissions, and to explore methodologies for really understanding what countries are doing and what best practices are emerging. Pilot studies, including one in this fair country, in Chile, have begun, and so please watch this space. This is not intended as a forum to set standards or to rank country policies. There's a clear understanding that just sharing understanding of this highly complex and fast-moving space is, we hope, a public good. Thank you very much. That's it from me. Apologies for my woeful slide maneuvering, but I hope that some or all of it has sunk in. Thank you, Noah.
Gracias, Alex. Un panorama muy comprensivo de las tendencias tributarias.
Thank you very much for sharing the tax trends for the last few years and this link that you mentioned, the nexus between specific applications, climate change, and others. I'd like to now offer the floor to Alejandro Rastelletti, who is a senior specialist of the Fiscal Management Division of the IDB. You have 15 minutes.
Muchísimas gracias a la...
Thank you, Noel, and thank you to ECLAC for inviting me to participate in this important event. My presentation will be in two parts. First, I'd like to summarize the fiscal situation of the countries in the region and the perspective of the IDB in this sense. And in the second part, I will talk a little bit about the fiscal policy options for the countries in order to address these challenges in this climate change context that we have been hearing about. So the first part of the presentation will be mainly focused on the macroeconomic report by the IDB, and we will be summarizing the advances. A first point that we can stress in this report is that the Latin American countries have an important space
consolidar sus finanzas públicas dado el contexto actual de alto crecimiento de la deuda
and of course talking about debt, the importance of debt, and the end of the pandemic was quite different to what has happened in other crises in Latin America. It was quite fast in 2020, 2022, and other crises. The fiscal stimulus had a lot to do with ongoing transfers and the increase of public expenditure, and it led to prolonged fiscal deficits for several years. And what we see today is that Latin America in general observes a significant consolidation, and the fiscal situation is better than before the pandemic. But what the colleagues mentioned before me is that there's still a very important space for this, but it is a matter of concern that this peace and consolidation that we've seen until 2022 stopped in 2023 when the fiscal accounts modified the primary balance and also the total balance. So this has to do with the weakening of the fiscal situation in Latin America. When we look at the evolution of public expenditure and the tax increases, the GDP in the region remained somewhat stable. There wasn't any increase in public expenditure, and there was a recomposition. The investments increased a little bit to reach zero again, but this rebalancing in public expenditure is positive in a context of low growth. It's good to have a little more investment, but basically this is the result of the lower income that we are seeing in the region, especially as a result of the acceleration in economic growth and the relevance of how we can accelerate growth, how we can help further consolidate the fiscal situation in the region. So regarding the situation in Latin America, it's a little difficult. The behavior in the region seems to be quite heterogeneous. It is difficult to talk about Latin America in general. And if we look at the blue bars, we see a primary balance change between 2022 and 2023. It was quite heterogeneous, and the fiscal situation improved, but in most cases, the situation worsened, and that's why we see a deterioration of the fiscal accounts. As several colleagues mentioned, perhaps the matter that is most concerning in the region is what is happening with public debt. Public debt and the high interest rates at an international level. We see the public debt in Latin America on the left, and then on the right, the breakdown of change in this gross debt as a percentage of the GDP. It has dropped in a very accelerated rate between the beginning of the pandemic and the end of the pandemic in 2022 and 2023, not considering that there was some devaluation in Argentina. We see a debt decrease of the debt GDP ratio. We have to put it in the historical context of the region. If we look at the region 2023 in terms of the GDP debt compared to what it was before, we see 15 percentage points of the GDP with a debt level, a significant debt level for the more prudent levels that one would expect for the region. And in the case of the GDP, we have a concept called the prudent debt levels, which guarantee that the countries could have fiscal spaces that would address the crises and take care of the fiscal sustainability of countries. We see that the current situation, the debt situation of our countries is, well, I can't see very well, but it's around 6 or 7 points over what we believe are prudent. And moving forward, perhaps something that really concerns us is who were the players that were part of this drop, this quick drop in 2022-2023 was basically as the result of two key pieces or components. One that we needed to look at the total weight of the economy, inflationary rates that were a little bit higher. And we think that it is this factor will not continue in the future as these rates will be dropping in the future. We also see a drop in the debt to GDP ratio. It was significantly high, but we see that growth was 4% in 2022, and it dropped to 2.1 in 2023, and it may drop a little more to 2 perhaps in 2024. So economic growth is also going to hinder this decrease. On the other side, we saw factors that helped with the debt. We had the service of debt that basically affected this growth in the recent past, and we're looking at the development in emerging countries. We see that it is not dropping as fast as we would like it to. The central banks, the interest rates with the central banks are going to continue high, and this will affect debt in the region, and fiscal deficit with low growth and climate change will not improve in the near future either. So in this context, it's important to think about how we're going to continue to consolidate the fiscal situation. Now, in a base scenario, with the interest rates for international markets that we're seeing for the next 3 years, what are the prices of raw materials and these economic projections? We see that countries will continue with their efforts to consolidate, which would slightly improve the situation of the primary balance, and it would increase the debt negotiations, but it's not guaranteed. So this will be somewhat optimistic, but it can also show us some adverse situations depending on the situation of the countries in the region. There may be some shocks, and these could lead us to an adverse scenario where there would be negative fiscal results and an increase in the debt levels. So it is a volatile context. Therefore, what can the region's countries do to consolidate their fiscal accounts from the fiscal perspective? And here at the IDB's fiscal area, fiscal management division, we believe there are 3 areas that the countries should pay attention to. On one hand, it's very important to define a fiscal consolidation strategy. Not all consolidations produce the same results, the same fiscal results and growth. We need to think about the fiscal institutionality, how we're going to strengthen the institutions that offer credibility to fiscal policies and strengthen public financing, fiscal management. Not everything is policies. We need to be very attentive to this. And in terms of the fiscal consolidation and different opportunities, we have stressed that not all of the fiscal adjustments are the same. It's not good to think about expenditures alone or to generalize the quotas of taxes. It's important to do so because inefficiencies take place or show in different areas, and it's important to show these inefficiencies when we make fiscal adjustments.
Public spending, that is something that we always stress. We must protect public investment, and this becomes more and more important with low growth. Some colleagues study to see what would be the economic impact of a fiscal consolidation. We see that as an average, they reduce growth midterm at 0.4% of GDP. But this varies if public system is protected or not. When public investment is not protected, then GDP falls in 0.7%. And where there is protection, the growth could go up, favoring fiscal consolidation. And likewise, from the IMF, we saw a study with consolidation based on interest rate versus in expansion of the rate. We can see that based on rate, growth goes down, and those that have to do with base expansion have nil impact on economic growth. Now, in strengthening fiscal institutionality, here a lot has been done to introduce fiscal rules for the midterm and often fiscal councils, but this has not been shown to contain public debt. And why? Because of different reasons. On the one hand, fiscal rules are not met. We have analyzed this in many countries in the region, and as an average, only 60% of the situations, the fiscal rules are met. And this really also varies from country to country. Some do so in 80%, others only comply in less than 20%. And this low impact of fiscal rules in containing public debt is based on non-compliance and also on the quality of these rules. Uh, the rules in the region have different levels of quality, and we believe that an important way to strengthen fiscal rules has to do with the setting up debt anchors. And there, the debt depends on the structural situation, but also on the level of the debt and the adjustment then of fiscal rules according to the level of public debt. And here we're now assisting several countries in the region to regauge their public debt. Another important thing to bear in mind is how to improve public finance management from a traditional standpoint, as well as in everything related to climate change. Traditionally, we know that in different fora it's been said that it's important to improve the quality of public spending. And here I invite you to read from 2018 this a study that measures the quality of public spending and what's happening when it's inefficient. In the region, we had 4.4% of a mismanagement, and it is also said there is a lot of tax evasion, and the country should try to avoid this or reduce this to improve fiscal space. And finally, I'd like to dwell on climate change. Much has been said here about the importance or the investment that it must be made in the countries in the region because of climate change and the little fiscal room to make that happen. And here it becomes extremely important to streamline climate management throughout all of public finances. A colleague from the bank in a work that is about to be published analyzed what is being done in Latin countries to streamline this, to have climate change throughout all of fiscal budgeting. Six pillars were studied. Two have to do with context variables, and another one that has to do with governance. And there are four thematic areas such as macro fiscal, public spending, revenue management, and debt management. And this was to see whether the countries had quality in many, many practices having to do with climate change in fiscal management. And the results obtained in looking at what was cross-country throughout all countries and individually, we realized that there's a lot of room to make headway in climate matters and streamlining them. In the in governance and general planning, the countries are pretty well off, but that depends on high level actions between the ministries. In merely climate issues, there's a lot of room to improve, especially in everything having to do with public spending management and debt management. On the right, we see that the experience varies between the countries in the region. As you well know, only 2 years ago, we created a regional platform for tax management in Latin America, the Caribbean, and IDB is the technical advisor of that network. And we're working with three groups: debt management, incentives, and public spending. We're also providing technical assistance to each individual country. And, and this network, by the way, will meet in Puerto Vares next week here in Chile, and they will look at these three pillars. And we're very happy because the countries are adopting more and more streamlining climate change. And this would be it. I'd like to thank you. Until 22, we did see a lot of consolidation of public finances in the countries in the region, but there is still uh, room to strengthen that. It's very important to be smart in thinking about fiscal consolidation, thinking about what's to be done in public spending, especially trying to protect investment. And on the side of the collection, we must be more careful in continue to increase uh, taxation in the informal sector of the economy. Then we have to look at the institutionality, and finally, fiscal management cannot be done as before because we have to add climate change in all of the system and procedures. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Alejandro. That was a very complete presentation and a very interesting analysis on the different ways countries can go in order to adopt good decisions in consolidation and to grant sustainability to public finance. We'll now go into a Zoom presentation. Santiago Diaz, a close friend, will be here with us. Santiago Diaz de Serralde is a Director of Research on Tax Matters at SIAT. You have 15 minutes. Would you like to share your presentation? Very well. I will do so. Don't worry. Thank you. I apologize for not being there. But I would have loved to be there with you, and Marcia also would have enjoyed. So we bring greetings from far away. Now, going into my presentation, we have, in view of the wealth of these presentations, we are now going to be talking about a new instrument that we will make available to the public and to all tax administrations. We have the SIATA Fiscal Archives, and here we are able to do this because of the collaboration with all stakeholders. There are many names of people involved, and the document has the list of these collaborators. The idea is to summarize in a single PDF the reality of what's happening here in all countries and then individually. This is available in Spanish and in English. This is going to be updated as we receive new data. As a matter of fact, much of this data is today, tomorrow, or next week will be amended. Now, from the fiscal standpoint and the taxation standpoint, we see what the region is facing, and then with its diversity, what are the features belonging to each country. Here we see the evolution during 30 years of collection, thanks to the tax statistics for the region. We also look at the structure. Now, in talking about taxation in Latin America, here we see what we've been able to gather. After the 90s, we saw a stagnation, and it would seem that there were limitations in growth together with a distance from the 7 points. But there was a constant. And what is good is that the resilience that was shown during the pandemic has remained. As to the structure, there has been a convergence and an approximation to structures similar to OECD, but direct taxation and social imposition, this is still lagging behind. Now, only recently, and as of the pandemic, we have seen the monthly collection tax information coming from the Latin American and Caribbean countries. Here we have data for the first 6 years, and at the end we'll see what happened during the whole year. The trend that we had seen in 22 and 23 has continued, but the good news is that it is being attenuated. The drop in real collection has softened, and once more, in view of the tremendous diversity in the countries, we have to take a look at individual countries. Now, in the short and long term, we have these fiscal files, and here we have the equivalent data. And afterwards, we'll have a chapter only devoted to this. The idea here is to show how, at least in some countries, there are some revenues that are not part of the additional tax burden, or we have considerations on how public spending is, uh, how it finds funds for that investment. Now, how much is collected and what are the challenges for the region? We also wanted to take a look at what is not collected. And here we have introduced tax spending. Every 2 years, we update this based on official estimations from the countries, published data. And then we see the result. This theoretical fiscal space is at about 3.6% of GDP. And this has to do with taxes on goods and services and VAT. And here we have noticed that much of the fiscal loss is found in exemptions and reduced rates. And this is a big problem when the time comes to change this into VATs. And here in Latin America, we see the rates. And also, you can also link to legislation, tax legislation. Now, what is collected and what is the detail? We have been able to update this in 22, and shortly this will be available for 23. We have details on taxes for all of the countries, 27 countries.
With this view, the idea is to give news about some estimates of fiscal fraud and inefficiencies in collection. This can be seen on this table. The last study, which is an average of 2019, 2021, what is collection efficiency in VAT and inefficiency in spending. And once we are comparing different magnitudes and rates with the national accounting, what we call X inefficiency. And we call it like that because there may be failures in measuring other components in national accounting. This approach, which is most stable in time and coinciding with other sources, once again, gives you an image of where still we need a lot to tread and achieve higher revenue and higher fiscal equity. We couldn't leave out a key part. What is tax administration doing? And here we provide key indicators of tax administrators using the ISORA survey with our partners IMF, OECD, Asian Development Bank, and others. And also the innovation, digitalization, and technology indices based on their responses to these questions with 2 years so as to compare the evolution before and after the pandemic. I won't go into the details of the indicators. However, I want to highlight that in general, in Latin America, as well as other SIAT countries, have very good results above the average, and in several chapters, especially on innovation, they've been placed as world benchmarks. Tax administration in Latin America, we believe, has given a great leap forward, not so much because of investment, as you can see in GDP or total budget, but because of the fact that it has professionalized the employees, improved its practices, and also achieved to incorporate technological innovations. Electronic invoice has been a transforming element. It's a world trend. Uh, Nobody asks if this is going to exist or not, but rather when will we have electronic invoices? This is the landscape we have for the average of Latin America and, of course, for each one of the countries. Here we see the heterogeneity. This is the example for Brazil, with very close to the average of OECD, tax rates above or close to average in all cases. Therefore, they reach a general excellence. And with some results of Inditech Index, or the technological innovation, it's very much above world average, and this is for Chile, for Brazil, and several countries of the region. Argentina has some positive results. Even so, the tax administration is key, but it's not all. In countries of the other extreme of collection, we have Guatemala has given a leap forward in tax administration and efficiency. And as to resources, is above the Inditech indices. We won't go into the details, but classified as quartiles for the scores of Inditech, the tax administrations of Latin America and the Caribbean are most of them in the fourth quartiles, the best, and number 3 as well, showing a tremendous evolution and improvement in efficiency and contribution to equity throughout these years. As to these data, I want to tell you about one of the updates of 2023 to have in this fiscal challenge panorama an idea of what other colleagues have already expressed. And that is, the year started bad because the previous one ended bad with the drops in average collection in Latin America and the Caribbean in real terms. And it has finished a bit better, almost flat, but better than what we started in the year, or what there was at the middle of the time. Here, once again, underscore the great heterogeneity, and this is because of the average drops. By regions here, I've chosen those that are above and those below. We have Andean countries and Chile with a drop of 4.3, or above Central America and Dominican Republic, a growth of 4. If we were country specific, still, of course, the heterogeneity is even greater. Argentina, Chile, Peru, you have drops of 16.9, 11, or 17%. And in other countries like Mexico, Colombia, or Jamaica, you have growths of 12, 9, or 7%. From SIAT, in this situation, aside from providing this summary, in all the areas, there is a link to the source, and you can access the summary of legislation, tax legislation, statistics on collection, Inditech, Indisora, indices or scores. One page that you can download at any time. Once you are moving to a place and you want to have an idea of the main variables. And to conclude, because when you are online, you don't want to bother anymore. But from SIAT, we continue in aspects where tax administration can contribute to improve this outlook. And this is how to face climate change, how to set up a green tax configuration. And Juan Pablo Jimenez, in a work, analyzed the characteristics of the main green ecological taxes. What are the variables to be known for their implementation, and what database, what preparation of employees should the tax administration have in order to manage them effectively? From another standpoint, and another problem of the region is the issue of informality. Yes, Latin America, the Caribbean have a broad history on that. However, still you can contribute to something with the theoretical and practical compilation of practices and experiences conducted in the region. What are the objectives of those regimes? how it would be in terms of those objectives: fighting against informality, what variables to be controlled, what times of these systems as to transition to formality, etc. And in other areas like fighting fraud and new variables, instruments, information, we continue publishing handbooks on how, for example, to face the issues of fast trustships and the development of the anomaly detector with some advanced apps with Microsoft's help allows to detect atypical issues in large databases that we have now in real time with the electronic invoice. With that, we can detect suspicious behaviors as well as cleaning databases. We are expanding that module in order to apply it also to customs. We continue with the digital economy, the improvement, digital economic compliance, this software of digital economy that is being implemented in 6 countries of our region. Still has not worked in some cases because of processing the legislation, and others, they have it in operation. For example, in Australia, it will be implemented almost as a tax system in itself in the islands of the Pacific. There would be many other topics mentioned by our colleagues, and that we will try to continue and follow and contributing, like, for example, tax culture. How is that in Central America and Dominican Republic, and also the control of ethics and of internal non-compliance. I would like to highlight the transparency, the cleanliness of tax administrations. In addition to the figures we've provided and the magnificent publications of partners, you have the issue of legitimacy of the fiscal tax systems and in public sector intervention. It calls for many improvements, some that are not here and we will need to reinforce the fiscal system and public spending and the institutionality of countries. Thank you, everyone. It has been a pleasure to be with you, although virtually. Thank you. Thank you, Santiago. Very interesting, all these slides, and very useful for rapid access for information. Excellently compiled for a comparison of tax administrations. Now we move on to our last presentation in this session. So I introduce Daniel Titelman, Director of the Economic Development Division of ECLAC. You have 15 minutes. Thank you, Noel. This presentation is based on Chapter 2 of the Fiscal Outlook that was distributed, where we try to assess the potential effects of the tax on carbon in some Latin American countries. And for that, I will benefit from the excellent previous presentations, where mainly raised 2 or 3 key central subjects. The great challenge: we have to increase the capacity of response of the fiscal policy insofar as investment in resilient infrastructure supporting growth, and fiscal restrictions or distress of some countries, and the need to think about tax reforms with a medium and long-term perspective, trying to adapt and improve the capacity of generating an increase of public resources in order to fund an increasing spending trajectory. That is the great challenge of the region in a complex macroeconomic overlook. outlook. And there is an idea that the tax on carbon could be an interesting way and efficient way to help finance those investments. And that is what we want to assess and the exercise we've done in the countries of the region. Some context, I won't go into the numbers, but the estimates of the investment challenges imposed by climate change requiring efforts of great size. So it's in a region that invests little and grows little, it is a non-trivial challenge. If you see the last 3-4 columns or aisles of this table, you can see what are the estimates of the investment challenges, both for climate change, for SDGs, depending on different definitions. And this goes from 10.6 of GDP to 16 points of GDP, others 4 or 5 points. But the variance is enormous. And the message is that the investment challenge is enormous. On the right side, we have the estimates of adaptation and mitigation described in determined contributions of countries, national determined contributions. And in the case of Antigua and Barbuda, almost 12 points of GDP is calculated. In Bahamas, 4 points. In Cuba, 6 points. There are countries like Guyana, 2 points. Belize, 7. But these are enormous investment challenges for countries annually. This is total investment, public-private, but there is a percentage of this that will be public investment, and there is a challenge of how to strengthen fiscal space and public finances to adapt to this. The other issue that we have worked on in ECLAC for a year and a half is that climate change has had impacts not only on fiscal challenge on the planet, but also the growth dynamics of the country. And given that we have a small performance in growth in the region, as illustrated in previous sessions, the impact of climate change on growth is also a subject that we need to take control of. In this exercise or this chapter, we took a model and we simulated small movement shocks, shocks on productivity. And we see that the cases of Guatemala, Peru, and Dominican Republic, the orange line is the one assuming the intense climate shocks. And in between 2023 and 2050, compared to the baseline scenario of a mediocre trend in growth, the countries would be almost 12 or 13% below. So that is showing us that climate shocks generate pressure on growth and on fiscal accounts that's very complex that you need to address through investment, which is an important challenge. Public, not or private. It is a public challenge. These results are coherent with other studies that we have carried out in the case of Salvador, Honduras, St. Lucia, and Barbados. The laws in terms of GDP due to the exacerbation of climate shocks is between 9 to 13 points below GDP in 2050. So there is a warning, an alert where countries need to make efforts now in order to move forward. And as the presentation said, this short and medium term shouldn't be a dilemma, but we should start acting today and see how we will be managing the fiscal accounts in that trajectory.
This is a region that invests little, and in this graph we compare between 2013 and 2022 for Latin America and several regions in the world. And regrettably, Latin America this year invests less. We're at a level of 19.1 percentage points of the GDP compared to 2013 when we were approximately 22% of the GDP. So Regrettably, this is not what the figures are demanding. And when we compare ourselves with other regions, we realize that Latin America is one of the regions that invests less. And that also forms part of the trajectory that we have to change in terms of public investment and also in terms of private investment. And on the right-hand side, we can see for different regions the gross fixed capital formation of the general government in 2019. And there, Latin America, as you can see, has a very low rate of practically 2.8% or percentage points of the GDP in 2019, and the lowest when it is compared with the other regions. And therefore, what we're evidencing is that given the investment challenges required by the dynamics of climate change alone, and the impact that that has upon growth and the poor trajectory that we have in terms of the behavior of investments and of growth, the challenge is not trivial by any means. And therefore, the question one can ask oneself is how much can the carbon taxes contribute towards supporting that way of facing up to these challenges. And as mentioned, the fiscal space is small. And what we show here is that we have a fiscal space that is indeed low, and also low growth of fiscal revenues between this only grew between 2009 and 2022. It only increased at 0.1 percentage points of the GDP, and that has been translated into the dynamics of an increasing debt that has already been identified and discussed by the preceding presentations. But again, the challenge of increasing investments within the context of low growth, where that trajectory is made more acute as a result of climate change, and the dynamic rate of public revenues poses a major challenge. And within that context, the question that arises is how much carbon taxes in the last fiscal monitor. The Monetary Fund mentions that this is a very powerful instrument, and we ask ourselves how much a carbon tax can contribute in terms of mobilizing resources to finance investment challenges in the region. And the first aspect that I would like to highlight is that within the context of the region, we have two major issues when we think about the potential of the carbon taxes. First of all, the taxable base is small on average for the region. It is 26% on average, which is a taxable base. Argentina 20, Chile practically 30, Colombia close to 23, Mexico 44, Uruguay around 11, and the average of these countries is 26%, which is unfavorably compared with the average of 45% of countries such as Denmark, Finland, Norway, or Sweden. The good news is that we have scope to expand that base, but we're beginning with a very low base. After that, carbon prices in general terms in the region are low. In the case of Argentina, it's practically $3.3. In the case of Mexico, 3.8, Chile 5, Colombia 6.6, and Uruguay, of course, shoots up, which has a carbon price which is very high, $162, with a low taxable base. But if you look outside of Uruguay, carbon prices in the region are significantly below most of the developed countries. And that means that fiscal revenues as a result of carbon taxes in the region has been limited. And in accordance with our calculations for 2022, in the case of Argentina, they were able to obtain 0.3% of the GDP, in Chile 0.06, Colombia 0.03, Mexico 0.01, and Uruguay, of course, 0.36, given the carbon price that they have. And one of the major challenges that the fiscal monitor of the fund poses is a high carbon price. And therefore, the question is how much progress can the region make in terms of moving from a price of $3 to significantly higher prices, which is not again, that is not a trivial question, and that is a message that we want to convey with this chapter. And therefore, we conducted a simulation exercise where we took a carbon price of $50 per ton of CO2, which is quite a significant leap in the rate. If we have an average of $6 excluding Uruguay, and that in principle would obtain an average of 1.4 percentage points of the GDP in the region. I am not going to discuss each country because we don't have time, but the average for the region was 1.4. And also part of the argument of the positive aspects of carbon taxes has to do with the distribution of these revenues. And the assumption there is that it is redistributed via investment subsidies and also subsidies, household subsidies, in order to compensate the negative effects of private investment and other negative effects. And in order to simulate what that would imply, we have taken a relationship of 70% allocated to investment and 30% public, and also 30% allocated to investments in the productive private sector or vulnerable households. And when we conduct this exercise, and we conduct that with needs, we realize that that indeed one collects revenues, but they are still well below the requirements of our countries. In the case of Barbados, which has an investment need of around 8.5 through this redistribution of 70-30, and also using the Barbados rate, that would generate 0.6 percentage points of the GDP versus 8.5, which is what is required. And Dominican Republic requires 5.8. We would only be generating 0.8 percentage points of the GDP in financing. In El Salvador, 5.3 versus 0.8. Honduras, 10.9 versus 1.3, and 6.9 compared to 0.8 in the case of St. Lucia. And therefore, yes, we do obtain revenues, but we're still very distant from producing the revenues required as a result of investment for climate change in our countries. And we also conducted a simulation in terms of how far this would compensate the loss of growth, given the small positive impact on investment. And indeed, we view in these three contexts that when one adds the investment that this carbon tax could finance, the loss of GDPs by 2050 is smaller than the base scenario, which is something to be expected. Still, it has a marginal effect in terms of its impact upon growth, which is a point that we want to highlight. In consequence, the messages that emerge from this chapter is that indeed there is a major investment challenge ahead. Carbon taxes make a contribution and collect revenues, but they are revenues that for now have only a marginal impact upon the investment financing needs. And within the context of our countries, we make a strong assumption. We have estimated a carbon price of 50, which is lower than some of the fund estimations. And that implies a major challenge, how to move from $6 to $50. And also the impact of neutrality, or the neutrality impact of this tax, relies primarily on the redistribution capability of the fiscal policy when it comes to these resources. And given our history in our countries, our capability to redistribute fiscal revenues is fairly small. There are institutional weaknesses. We have problems with targeting and in terms of allocating these resources. And our history indicates that we haven't really been very successful in redistributing resources, nor is it obvious that the final impacts of these of this will be neutral, as suggested by an adequate redistribution of resources, and therefore acknowledging that there is a positive impact in terms of the collection capability that is quite small. And this should be conceived as an additional instrument in the major portfolio of instruments that will be required in order to fund the investment funding challenges in order that our countries have to make to face up to climate change. So it's one additional instrument. We cannot place all our expectations on this, but rather to add it on to others, and thus to continue to build a portfolio of instruments, helping us to obtain additional fiscal revenues. And it also poses a major challenge in terms of how we're going to improve our fiscal capability to redistribute these resources so that this neutrality assumption can indeed become a reality and not have other negative effects given its impact on redistribution. Thank you very much. Thank you, Daniel. Just on time. Very interesting, this chapter 2 of the Fiscal Panorama, which I recommend everyone should read. Now, I would like to continue with the comments by Professor Jose Antonio Ocampo, who is a professor of professional practice in international and public affairs at Columbia University. You have 15 minutes, Professor Ocampo. Thank you very much. And I'm indeed very happy to be here in this seminar that has a very long history. I remember when I was executive secretary of ECLAC that I actively participated in these seminars, and it's also held with many international entities that have delivered presentations today, and also involving the participation of many governments. Having said that, one of the elements that comes across very clearly from the excellent presentations that we have heard is the issue of this legacy of public debt that Latin America has, that Latin America and the Caribbean. If one analyzes this, looking at the graph that was shown during Daniel's presentation, we see that there is a period of a drop in the rate of debt, and after that there is an upward trend that, in my view, is related to three important factors. The first one is the second lost decade that we had in Latin America. In other words, growth between 2014 and 2023, which was 0.9%, in fact worse than the lost decade of the 70s, as mentioned yesterday by Daniel. After that, we have COVID, and like all countries in the world, I think the only exception was Mexico, that didn't increase public expenditure, but the rest of the world, and likewise Latin America and the Caribbean, increased their public expenditure to face up to COVID. And after that, the complex issue of high international interest rates that we have faced over the past 2 years. And therefore, that sequence is what leads to that trajectory. And at the end of the day, what is reduced? Well, the debt is reduced, but Daniel was saying to me, yes, fiscal consolidation is all very well, those that have had to do that. Well, we know how complex that is, but also the way in which we create fiscal space. We have seen a lot of important demand in terms of climate change, as presented in various presentations, and I must say that also many social problems that we still have to resolve in this region, which is still one of the most unequal in the world.
So this leads us to think, in the first place, that if we're going to have space, we need more income. So the question is, where do we get this income? The tax structure. And here we heard in several presentations about the issues of infrastructure in Latin America, the dependence on the VAT, and in income tax, the excessive dependence on the tax, the corporate tax. So, of course, when we think about how to improve things, there's two alternatives. And these environmental taxes that we use, we've just seen, but we also try to look at how these personal taxes are improved. And here I would say that, I'm a defender of the wealth tax as a supplement to the income tax. So a high income tax for high income, but also a supplement to wealth tax. In Colombia, historically, when the wealth tax was created in 1936, the historic justification was that everything was overestimated, and the equitable complement was this. I am a firm defender of the income tax, and we need to see with international cooperation how to make it doable. So we have a tax benefit, tax that is very high in Latin America, but having said this, it applies to high income, high personal income, but also to many corporations, and in some cases, even to the tax, the VAT tax. And there are many tax benefits, corporate taxes, that we need to analyze. And I believe there are, for climate change, I think some of this can be used for other social benefits of a different nature. So I believe that these benefits, well, and something else that we haven't talked about is this fight against tax evasion. That is a huge issue in Latin America. And here as we heard from SIAT, we need oversight. We need significant controls, and in order to prevent tax evasion and avoidance, which is extremely important. It's something I would like to talk about tomorrow. In terms of expenses, there was strong emphasis made on protecting public investment, especially in all these new environmental priorities. I have always said to banks that they shouldn't forget about biodiversity. This is something different. I'm a citizen of the second most diverse country. It's very important for me. In my city in Colombia, we're going to be talking about this, and taxation is also very important. But this whole story takes us to think about institutionality with different dimensions, and we're trying to see how these rules are respected, how we avoid corruption. There's an important cost there in many cases, and it is extremely important. All this institutional part it requires our attention. And going back to my initial comment on the possibility of managing this better is with more economic growth. Economic growth, to begin, gives the government more income. So it's important to have more income. And I would like to celebrate the fact that ECLAC has these productive development policies. And there's so many more. For example, Sebastian mentioned something that is embarrassing to me, the low investment in science and technology. That is a Latin American shame. It is a quarter of what China invests and 1/10 of what Korea invests. So it is quite embarrassing. So how do we develop better science and technology policies, and Latin American patent licenses are ridiculous. So we need to work on technology, see how it is associated, and the opportunity offered by the green economy for development is extremely important, both in terms of investment, but also production and more to avoid cost associated, as Daniel mentioned in his last final presentation. So it's important to associate this with economic growth. I find it of the utmost importance. So I'd like to conclude with this. These are things that we need to think about which forms of international cooperation we should work on or privilege to support climate change. It is very impressive. We have an adaptation, and other countries can do it with their own resources. I'd like to end by stressing the importance something that Rainer presented, the presentation of the CAF was very positive, but it must be a rule across the board for all multilateral financing. I think that these are recurring topics. I've read all these documents and for the UN, the World Bank, and the technical groups, the G20, and so on. And there are two elements where there is consensus. The first is contingent loans, the generalization of these loans, and second is the concessional. And I think in Latin America, this needs to be cooperation and including concessional loans for private investments in the protection of biodiversity. So these are pretty much what we have seen. All the documents of the World Development Bank. So this is something that the international agenda must use. This year, perhaps Brazil may set the stage to discuss some of this, but it's important to have resources for concessionary loans in this fight against climate change and the protection of biodiversity. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ocampo, for your excellent wrap-up of all these topics. We have very little time, but maybe we can offer the floor for some Q&A. And we'll just simply give a few minutes for anyone wishing to make comments or to react very briefly. Daniel Osorio, Colombia. Thank you. The first thing I'd like to do is to thank my panelists, our panelists, for their excellent presentations. And I feel that the information they've offered us is extremely important. I feel that the fiscal policy has shown these huge investments that we've had to make for as a result of climate change, but they present, we need answers. And there are mentions of taxes. We have a difficult fiscal situation, and there are many that are extremely relevant and have to do with a global discussion. We heard about this at the PTLAC meeting on Monday. Colombia has proposed specific taxes on multinationals to finance climate action. So in taxes, we have the carbon taxes, that Neil mentioned that. And however, I feel that there are two things that don't really make sense. And it's necessary to make these to take these actions, but at the same time, we need to advance towards a fiscal consolidation in the region. And some say it's complicated, but I also think I think we need to think outside of the box. At the end, the world and the region will end up with more public debt. And we are somehow, the public debt won't be able, it won't increase anymore. And the challenge we have is how to navigate and to recognize that there will be more debt. For example, in the pandemic, if we look at the pandemic with the benefit and the perspective of time, we can see it. But during the pandemic, no one criticized that we were going to become more indebted. It was simply natural. And then mechanisms for consolidation were established to address that debt. So I think this presents a similar problem. But the carbon tax, I don't know, I think it'll be insufficient and countries will have to become more indebted. So how do we modify this and address the fiscal policy issue looking towards the future? So Minister Ocampo mentioned, and I agree with him on the importance of concessional financing. This idea of having more debt is not just an individual problem for each country. It's more of a global coordination. How do we get those countries to have access to more debt or more financing, excuse me, in a condition that doesn't affect their fiscal health?
I do believe that this is a problem, though, that can be solved. It can be solved with that. It's something that, as we heard in the presentations, it has to do with how the short and long term interact. In the short term, there's a cost for long-term benefit. And that can be optimally solved with debt. We usually talk about pensions here. It's not fair that the current generation will pay all these taxes for benefits that will come in the far future. So the ratio of public debt with GDP is going to go up. We talk about debt limits, debt caps, and in my country we have so. But these caps will eventually have to be modified. So I'd say that we have to study this. This is the call I have to think of debt mechanisms. Because in view of the debt mechanisms, well, one road are the new green funds, but we have gone forward in social bonds, in green bonds, but the amounts are slight, tiny. We have had some new regulations, and the countries have also expressed their preference for ALG. investments, but we're not so sure that all of the investment can be leveraged with these instruments alone. So we need new kind of financing, like concessional financing and also public debt, to pay this all. So how to design a fiscal policy that will accommodate this for a tremendously serious problem, but still maintaining fiscal institutionality and sustainability. Thank you, Daniel. Any other very, very brief comments? I will be brief and very much in line with Daniel just said. Up to what extent are we prepared not to do a full consolidation, working with deficits? How large? How to manage? What are the locks that we have to place so that this is not uh, vulnerated? So the idea is that uh, we how far will we be measuring this? And if that is so, how to do it? Thank you. I have a last comment from Juan Carlos. Thank you. Going back to what Jose Antonio said, the Monetary Fund believes that we must think in the long term, but ac- we are hearing about the new social pact. Al Capone was caught because of taxation, tax avoidance. But uh, to invest, we can't force that. So we need a new social pact, policies, politics, and in as much as that is not solved, we can have many, many plans in fiscal reform. But how to still invest and without growth? There's no way for the problems in Latin America to be solved. But the investment, my dear Sebastian, how do we go about this? Incentives to invest, these are urgently needed. Thank you. Yes, we need a new social, fiscal, political pact. And now we hand over to the speakers. Professor Ocampo, Daniel. I endorse growth, growth, and more growth. Very quickly, Juan Carlos, Daniel, Humberto's comments bring in a very important topic. And the question is, do we have to get used to live with this structural deficit background? And what about the sustainability of that in time? And it all depends on growth, growth, growth. But it also depends on the cost of the financing. And as we've already heard here, a big topic. And we've made simulations when we looked at the impact, the challenge, and we simulated this with the public sector to address these challenges and to offset no growth. And actually, there's an impact on public debt, tremendous, very important. But the public debt and its sustainability in time depends on the cost of the financing. And we have access to concessional uh, debt. And when we look at the cost of the financing, the track is the result is more sustainable, more manageable. So I think that this discussion in the morning has been very fruitful, recognizing that we'll have to live with deficit in order to take over the challenges of investment and climate change. Otherwise, we will have less growth, and notwithstanding all the other crises, uh, climate change, etc., etc. So the big question, the sustainability of public debt depends rather in the financing than our own capabilities because we have less and less space for that. And naturally, how to attract private investment, which was the big dream to face climate change. But that has not come to fruition, and it won't do so until there's a lot of public investment. That's what I think. And then financing is one of the key topics for the next few years so that our countries are able to respond correctly. Thank you, Daniel. Juan? There are three topics that were mentioned and that are key in facing this dilemma. And on one hand, how do we create a taxing capability that is sustainable, stable, and midterm? Most countries have a certain taxing capabilities, but they can also create better financing because it's not that the government has more uh, resources, but this is related to the way resources are spent, the efficiency in spending. In the case of public investment, for example, we have found that a lot of resources get lost because of lack of spending efficiency. And here, the institutionality, improving institutionality and spending is a must. And the third one that Professor Campo mentioned has to do with corruption. This is also related to spending. How do we reduce evasion, avoidance? That's a means of corruption, and public finances in its different dimensions, in and out, brings in a more certain future, especially amongst the private sector, for them to invest. This is what finally we need in order to obtain growth. That legal certainty, the certainty that collection is efficient, that resources are well spent, corruption decreases, etc. These are conditions that are needed for that perspective. Thank you. Daniel? Well, I'd like to thank Daniel's comment. I think that he has hit the nail. There is an intergenerational, clear issue, meaning that we have to rethink about indebtedness. You said it precisely. I think that we must address this from different points of view. First, part of that spending has to be seen from a global standpoint and not a domestic one. And this would allow us to leave behind this dilemma of sovereign indebtedness and up to what point can we continue. And this may sound like wishful thinking, but not because of that should we cease to have this as a very important discussion. Secondly, and with this context, with this kind of thought, concessional financing is second best. If we can make this a global expenditure, well, then let's help out with concessional financing and for the countries that most need this. It's not the best way to go about it, but in view of the circumstances, this is what we have at hand. So yes, indeed, here we have a limitation. I don't think that everything will be solved this way, but we have to encourage and use this instrument as much as possible. And the third one is that we have to make additional efforts to create alternative financial markets that will be the other paw to help out with funds. And here, regulation has an important role to play in the high income countries, and they could in turn have a very important role in encouraging available funds to be geared towards funding at lower costs than what we have right now. And the multilaterals can also try to aid in creating these markets. And here I'd like to mention some of IDB's interventions in creating these instruments or in helping to create these instruments, green instruments, through guarantees. So I think that yes, we do have the possibility to think out of the box and create things. There's a big potential to solve these issues, and that for me is at the center of the discussion. Thank you, Reiner. And now, Sebastian, final remarks. Yes, I have a couple of things to say. I think that we have already talked often about investment, and I'm talking about the effective marginal taxation for companies twice in Latin America, double in Latin America and then OECD. But let's look at the solutions. It's not decreasing the rate immediately or granting tax incentives for some sectors. I'd like to say that we're working a great deal on that in the textile sector and in the tourism as well. We do have tax incentives as we've seen elsewhere. But finally, the added value and the creation of jobs are additional benefits. So we'd like to aid this when we talk about policies and not just in tax incentives that can be helpful. But I would say that these incentives are needed.
And the second point also that we will be working on tax incentives and tax morale. But also, it's the international financial architecture and what is coming in the next months. Countries of Latin America need to make the most of that. Financing common will have in China, where we need to be present in the National Development Bank's meetings and also with guarantee options that could facilitate access to credits and leveraging of companies. Also in the UN, we have the conference for development financing in Madrid next year, July. Will be coordinated with Latin America, and then the 4 Ps, the Paris Pact for Persons and Planet. PPPP. We'll see. France continues to insist, and it is an opportunity also so as to make the most of it from Latin America. Thank you, Sebastian. Alex. I don't have much to add except to say that I fully concur and agree with the points on biodiversity, and I will communicate to my colleagues of OECD to focus on that great problem. For me, it's also very, very important. Thank you, Alejandro. Yes, as to the region is willing to live with structural deficits and higher debt for longer time, there are two topics to think about. First, a structural higher debt and structural deficit. Why and for what? It has to have an end in itself to finance what? Current spending or investments that is going to allow for that growth, or are we going to spend for resilience in climate change that will reduce the size or will not reduce the size of costs? So the question, if we spend to reduce or leverage growth, then the region will have to have these spending. But given the trajectory of the region with deficit and crisis, we need to be very careful to say that we can live with the structural deficits. And the other point, as Ocampo said, what is growth, growth, growth. And when we speak about growth, 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 then the answer is productivity, productivity, productivity. How to make the region more productive. And here we need to move out of the or beyond fiscal reforms, also make other reforms to promote that growth. And we need to focus in Latin America labor markets. Our region has 60 or 50% informality. That is something major, strong for productivity. And if we don't address that in Latin America, we won't make much progress in growth. And productivity also has to do with access to financial markets. So not only think about fiscal issues, but also structural reforms that will leverage the long-term growth in the region. Thank you, Alejandro. A heartfelt applause for all the panel members. And as we are in a time deficit, we'll have to reduce the coffee break. 1 minute before 12, we meet back again in this room.
Uno, dos, tres. Ya, voy a pasar a inglés. Vamos a inglés.
your copy. This is a collaboration of many years, important ones, between OECD, the Center for Development, and tax administration and policies like IDB, SIAT, and ECLAC. And this year, with the support of Spanish cooperation, it would be several years, Sebastian, of joint work. We have an excellent working dynamics for organization, and hopefully there will be 13 more years for these publications. Laura Oroz will have the floor first, Director of Cooperation with Latin America and the Caribbean with ACID. Thank you, Noel, and thank you, ECLAC, for inviting us to present. I was saying thank you, Noel, and thank you very much, ECLAC, for inviting us to present this report of tax statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to make a brief comment and merely to explain why Spanish cooperation is interested in this type of reports and how are we linking with the this type of reports. Yesterday, I was saying that we have worked throughout the last 2 years in terms of democracy perspective and performance of democracy, and therefore fiscal pact is essential for democracy to really respond, and there has to be a prior pact on how those services will be funded. And we want to work especially on this line to have concrete initiatives with different elements addressing demands and challenges of the region, and how from the experience of our countries in this same region we can respond to those demands. We are interested in working on pact, consensus, tending to increase revenue, to reduce inequalities, but to work on the increase of investment and support to business and tax. If there is a tax impact, it has to be complied and fight against fraud, illusion, or evasion in tax payment. We know that there is an agenda to generate tax collection, and also in the EU and in Spanish cooperation, this is being debated. But this, how do we want to undertake this initiative with dialogues like this one with OECD, so as to know what is the demand of different players and how to respond to it. With learning activities that are two-directional. We work a lot in training and learning and proposals in different states to the different subjects. Fight against fraud, increase management ability, new trends of taxation, gender, green taxes, digital taxing. And all of these topics, surely there are answers existing already, and we would like to work in that mutual learning among different states that have responded to these issues. And the last element is to have material for analysis, is to have those comparative studies and statistics allowing for supporting the responses to different challenges. And here is where the report on tax statistics of Latin America and the Caribbean, where we plan to work with partners like ECLAC, is what allows us to feed the debate, allows us to adopt database decisions. So we congratulate for this presentation, this report, and we would like to reiterate our thanks for being here today and the continuity of Spanish cooperation within a more general framework, more global, of this initiative on subjects of taxation. So this is it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Laura, por tus palabras y también por el apoyo de la cooperación española.
Thank you, Laura, for your words and for Spanish cooperation. Now I give the floor to Sebastián Nieto Parra. He and Alexander. First, we have Sebastián, head for Latin America and the Caribbean of the Development Center for OECD. And Alexander Pick will be joining, and he is of the Tax Data Unit and Statistical Analysis Center for Tax Administration and Policies. Thank you for the support in organizing this report, where it's very important, and it is a pleasure for us to share the main results of the report that we are launching today about revenue statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean 2024. This report is done jointly with several institutions, of course. We have OECD in 2 departments. You have IDB, ECLAC, SIAT as co-authors of the report. And our purpose is to have data, comparative data, that can be understood and detailed explanation of the tax structure of Latin America since 1990 and cooperation with OECD countries. This report, you can enter, click on the web page, and you'll find interactive graphs and other elements that you can interactive charts, country notes, and data, and other material for analysis, and freely available online. Also, we have the data included in the OECD's Global Revenue Statistics data set. So it can be compared with Asian, African economies regarding structure, taxation structures, and tax revenue data. This has been a report to compare where we are and the fiscal reforms in Latin America. I remember the tax reform of Minister Ocampo. He really motivated the progress in some lines of taxes, but also has been used, for example, in the present discussions of tax reform in Chile. Something that is very important is that we have 27 countries already covered in this report. And in the case of the value, we have 26 countries. We exclude Venezuela given statistical problems or data issues. And the data and analysis on tax revenue in the LAC region up to 2022. And it was already in the post-pandemic period. This report, as Noel was saying, it's its 13th version. It's published in English and Spanish with 2 additional chapters to what Alex and myself will present, which are the results of, well, there are 2 additional chapters. One on revenue, tax revenue, given the non-renewable components, natural resources, that is revenue coming from oil and gas, and another additional chapter on equivalent fiscal pressure, that is all that, including private contributions, or a broader view of revenues where you take into account the private sector also, and Santiago will present it virtually. Alejandro, and also options of tax policies to be taken into account thanks to these results. About key messages, is that tax revenues in that region in 2022 have been growing, but it's a small growth. It's only 0.3 percentage points compared to 2021, and with wide variation across countries. Highly heterogeneous, showing the several Latin Americans and Caribbeans that we have is ever more evident in this report. However, this increase is positive given the conditions, socioeconomic conditions. There's a slowdown in regional growth compared to 2021, surge in inflation, especially food and fuel, affecting the most vulnerable populations in particular, and then still challenging socioeconomic conditions where poverty and extreme poverty remain above pre-pandemic levels in more than half of Latin American and Caribbean countries. So an increase, mild, slight increase, but this is positive regarding the socioeconomic conditions we are living in Latin America and the Caribbean. On how we are doing as to revenue or tax to GDP ratio is a slight one. In 22, it's 21.5% of GDP. That is much below the 34% of GDP that is found in OECD countries. However, if we see the blue bars, this gap has decreased since 2021. In the last years, continues to be stable. This gap we have vis-a-vis the OECD countries. Very mild reduction. And once again, referring to the need to improve the tax structure in Latin America.
Now, with regards to the variations that we have seen compared to 2021, we have found that 20 out of the 26 countries that we have on this graph have experienced an increase of fiscal revenues compared to 2021. And in only 6 countries this has not been the case, especially Caribbean countries, especially in Guyana, which had an economic, a very big economic growth, one of the biggest in the world over the past few years, and that has meant that fiscal revenues have not increased at a par with GDP growth. And other Caribbean economies such as St. Lucia, Barbados, Antigua and Barbuda, and the Dominican Republic, we have seen a generalized increase of these revenues, especially in countries such as Chile, Bahamas, El Salvador, and Jamaica. Now, talking about the fiscal revenues, and when we talk about fiscal revenues in these statistics, we're taking into consideration both direct and indirect taxes and social security contributions. We see that the average in Latin America is this percentage of the GDP that you can see having countries such as Paraguay, Guatemala, Dominican Republic, Panama, and Guyana, where the level continues to be less than 15% of the GDP, whilst in other countries such as Brazil, Barbados, that is greater than 30% of the GDP. In other economies such as Argentina and Jamaica, that comes close to 30% of the GDP. There's a high heterogeneity, and therefore when we talk about policy solutions, we must look at this on a case-by-case basis. There are countries where there is scope to increase fiscal revenues, and yet in others we have to think about how to align a better taxation structure in order to promote progressiveness and entrepreneurship. And thus we need to take into consideration the structure, an issue that I would like Alexander Pick to refer to talk about the taxation structures in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much, Sebastian. Thank you very much, everyone. And my apologies to everyone because I'll continue in English.
I'll now look at the structure of tax revenues across Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as a bit of the sub-regional breakdown, which we can see in in the report. So this slide shows which tax types contributed to the changes across the countries covered in the report. And what we see in large part is that where the tax to GDP ratio increased, it was largely down to increases in corporate income tax as a share of GDP. So we see particularly big changes in Trinidad and Tobago, for example, and other countries along the same lines, Chile as well. In large part, and I think this is something that Michael will come back to later, in many countries this was driven by changes or increases in the profitability of companies in the oil and gas sector, but see, there are other factors going on. What's noticeable as well from this graph, well, apart from the changes in corporate income tax, is also that in a number of across the region as a whole, the other tax types made a much smaller contribution to the increases. And this next slide shows exactly which tax types were the most influential in driving the changes seen in 2022 and in which regions. So we see, for example, that although there were large changes in CIT, for the most part, revenues from the other tax types remained unchanged as a percentage, as a share of GDP, or indeed declined. And that's most notably in the case of other taxes on consumption. And this is largely reflecting the impacts of reductions in excise taxes. So we see the growth in CIT across the regions. PIT remained more or less flat. Social security contributions tend to decline. VAT revenues remained more or less steady, and I think across the region there were some countervailing forces. There were a number of exemptions as well that took effect and that reduced revenues, but at the same time there were the economic recovery pushed them up. But it was the other consumption taxes which were most strongly affected. And here, obviously, tax policy played a key role. There was also a reduction in demand associated with the higher prices. But I think what we show in the report, there's a nice description of the different measures that countries took in 2022 to alleviate the pressure of higher prices on consumers and businesses. And at a sub-regional level, of course, we see the differences, and they are most pronounced in the difference between South America and the Caribbean. But we have to be mindful of the large influence that Guyana had on the impact on the tax revenues in the Caribbean region and Latin America and the Caribbean as a whole. Perhaps I'm wrong, but my understanding is that Ghana had the strongest GDP growth in the world in 2022 due to the tremendous growth of the hydrocarbon sector, and obviously revenue grew, but they didn't keep pace with that. And if you exclude Guyana, actually the Caribbean's revenues increased as a share of GDP as well. This slide just shows what was, I think, a big factor during the pandemic, where we dug into the tax to GDP ratio, because when you have these big changes in the denominator and the numerator, you sometimes lose track of what the main story is on revenues. This is less the case now because there was consistent growth in the economies across the region, and also tended to be growth in tax revenues as well. But here we just focus specifically on what happened in the Caribbean countries, where there were declines in 4 countries in revenues as a share of GDP, even though in each case there was strong growth in revenues and reasonably strong growth in revenues. It just wasn't as strong as the growth in nominal GDP. Of course, in 2022, inflation was a big part of the story. So this graph, if we were to include all the countries, would the scale becomes a bit trickier to follow. So just to get a bit more detail there on the Caribbean. Returning to the structure, this story, I think, has changed too little in the 13 years that we've been producing this report in terms of the consistency of the tax structure across the region, where taxes on goods and services still account for around half of tax revenue across the region, and this, as we see, is significantly less than in the OECD countries. At the same time, we see that between 2005 and 2022 or 2021 is shown for OECD, but for 2022 for the LAC regions, the proportion of revenues from personal income tax has grown far too little, I think, over that 17-year period. Just to tell the same story on a country-by-country basis, here we group the group the region into countries with similar tax structures, and we see that by far the largest group is the group with the blue bars at the bottom, and this is countries that generate the largest part of their revenues from value-added tax, and then just above that, the hatched gray line is other taxes on goods and services, which, as we know, are very significant. Only in a small handful of countries are direct taxes on income the greatest contributor to revenues, and those are the 4 countries we see on the left-hand side of the graph. Now, a quick word on environmental taxes in the same way as well, we've touched on this already. The impact of tax policy on environmentally related taxes remained pronounced in 2022, and as a consequence, the environmentally related tax revenue remains significantly lower than in the OECD, and hopefully that gives a bit of substance to the discussion we had this morning. But of course, we can dig deeper into that in the report, and there's also, this information actually comes from the PINE database. So for much more detailed information, please consult that. And so that is a brief tour through the first chapter of the report with the overview. If you'll permit me just to come back on a few key findings and then some conclusions. So we saw an increase in the tax to GDP ratio on average of 0.3 percentage points in 2022, not a big increase, and as a share of GDP, revenues remain more or less where they were in 2019. So yes, it's a story of reversion, but not as yet a strong growth that we would hope to see as a kind of transformative driver of addressing the challenges we've already discussed. At the same time, the average does mask great variation in trends across the region, and it's still notable that taxes rose as a share of GDP in 80% of the countries across the region, and we've already explained a bit what happened in the Caribbean. We see the importance of CIT revenues, in particular those from the oil and gas sector, knowing that already in 2023 that story has changed a little bit, but it still speaks to the significance of non-renewable natural resources within the revenue mix of Latin America and Caribbean countries, and what that entails for the fiscal impacts of the green transition, and also the importance of tax policy and the trade-offs that we see in using tax policy as a mechanism for protecting households, especially at low incomes, from the impact of higher prices, and perhaps in the absence of more effective social protection systems, this has served an important role, but perhaps the support could have been more targeted and the revenue impact slightly diminished. So looking ahead, and forgive me, I think also these headlines or these future directions haven't changed as much as we'd have liked in recent years, but there remains the imperative of moving the tax mix away from CIT and taxes on goods and services towards personal income tax in particular, and not any personal income tax system, but a more progressive one that is better able to reduce inequalities and to minimize distortions that constrain entrepreneurship, and certainly do not further entrench informality. Tax reforms are also required to encourage a green transition. There's great scope to strengthen taxation of immovable property, not least to generate revenues at a local level. And finally, the importance of enhancing tax morale as part of broader fiscal pacts, although not something we talk about specifically in the report, perhaps, or that we demonstrate. This is still a key underpin for addressing all of those fiscal challenges we've mentioned today, and we're very grateful for the support of ICID for this initiative, because this is certainly something that is in line with where they see the priority as well. So thank you very much for your attention. The report is, I'm delighted to say, online. Please don't rush and promote some kind of crash, but I think the system should probably sustain if you form an orderly queue and aim to download it today. We have, as Sebastian has already mentioned, many materials in addition to the reports and the brochure, and so I invite you to go onto the publication page and have a look around. And if, of course, you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact Sebastian and myself here, or send us an email later. So thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Sebastián y Alex. Y ahora le daré.
Thank you, Sebastian and Alex. I'd like to offer the floor now to Michael Haney, Economic Affairs Officer of the Economic Development Division, ECLAC, who will be talking about these non-renewable. It's a pleasure for me to be here with the colleagues, but this report on the database is part of teamwork. And I would like to stress that my colleagues in Panama and Paris and Panama all participated. Without them, this would not have been possible. Today, I'm going to present on non-renewable natural resources. I'm going to begin with 2022. It's a little bit of context. But the macroeconomic context and of the markets was key in 2020, 2021, now 2022. How do we know? The international energy markets were highly impacted by the social unrest, the war in Ukraine, and other economic activities around the world. There has been a high volatility throughout the year, and despite a contraction in the second semester of the year, the price of oil increased by 42%, and this also increased 47% increase in 2021, and the natural gas price increased by 115%. And we had seen an 87% increase in gas price in 2021. In terms of production, in 2022, we also saw a significant increase of the production in places like Brazil. It reached a historical level, and Mexico. As a consequence of these price trends and production, but mostly prices, the fiscal income by hydrocarbons increased with an increase of 4.4% of the GDP in 2022 compared to 2021. And the main driver was production, which also increased the royalties in some of our countries. The regional average, as we can see in this graph, relative to the product, was mainly explained because of the employment in Ecuador, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago. It's important to mention that in Guyana, the oil production grew by 148%. And expanded the production capacity. The income tax prices also increased, but we see the case specifically of Trinidad and Tobago, where it grew strongly thanks to the dynamism of the oil prices and natural gas. We also see an effect of the tax amnesty. We also see in mining some shocks to the global economy, which affected the market, metals and minerals. And in coal, we also saw an increase of 15% in line with the oil prices and natural gas. In contrast, the prices of other minerals and metals were quite dynamic throughout the year, in line with the deceleration of the industrial production and deterioration of the real estate market in China. And we saw a contraction in the iron minerals market and copper. Production saw a contraction in several countries, for example, in Chile, with production of copper and iron ore in Brazil. And in turn, the carbon production went up in Colombia. There was a significant increase of lithium production in Chile, almost 40%. Despite the complex situation, the income increased, and we see an increase in the mining of lithium in Chile and coal in Colombia. In Chile, the income coming from lithium production went from 0 in 2021 to 1.6% of the GDP. Very important increase. But it's important to mention that an additional factor was of 37% of lithium carbonate. In Colombia, the payment of royalties registered a significant increase in line with the price dynamic. And even though the collection was stable, some countries did see significant increases, like in Colombia, the plurinational state of Bolivia, and Peru. And as my colleagues mentioned, one of the main stylized facts for this was the role of the corporate tax, the increase of total production for 2022. In several countries, we saw growth or contraction, which is mainly explained by the extraction industry. The payments made are more than half of the total increase in the collection of corporate tax in several countries. This increase is explained by two factors. Payments related to the income operation were very high. And this is because in 2021, they didn't cover the liabilities generated by the increase in the revenue that year. So in Peru, the yearly campaign reached a historical maximum, with the mining industry representing 43% of the total. Second, the account payments for 2022 fiscal year made in 2022 were very dynamic in several countries. And this is because there was a greater payment coefficient to the accounts calculated on the base of yearly statements as generated by the sector. So how does this look? Well, we project in 2023, we're projecting the past, but statistics are like this. The growing uncertainty with macroeconomic policies and high interest rates affected the international raw material markets. We see significant contractions in the prices of energy products, stressing the case of natural gas. There's a strong correction in the commercial value of the hydrocarbon production and, in turn, the payment of royalties. In line with this, we see that oil and gas products would have dropped in 2023. And the same factors that agitated the energy market affected the metals and minerals market. These were strategic for the region. And in this context, we calculate that the fiscal monies dropped to 0.5% of the GDP. And the main promoter of this mining income was the crash of the payment of income tax in countries such as Brazil, Chile, and Peru. To conclude, I'd like to thank my partners once again, and I'd like to say that all these figures are available in the statistics portal of ECLAC. The figures are updated. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. We'll continue now on Zoom with the presentation of Santiago Díaz de Serralde. He is the director of the Inter-American Center on Tax Research. He's going to show us the chapter on equivalent situations in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'd like to thank everyone everyone in the organization who is helping me be connected. And of course, given this fiscal pressure, I'd like to thank the IDB, Alexandra Ubaldo, Daniel Moral, who has done a lot of technical work, and Alberto Varese, who would be extremely pleased to have visited Santiago. And Alex, who has helped me with the translation. It's important to speak English. That's an advantage. It's quite useful. And of course, this is a special chapter both for the IDB and the other partners that help us update all this information. So in this case, the first thing we see is that we're not really necessarily working with other indicators or substituting with other indicators. The thing is that there are certain conversations on the tax load or the tax burden. So what this includes is the components. The natural resources, in a broader sense, would not necessarily be part of the load of the tax burden, but they are compulsory. In both cases, we feel that it makes sense to take them into account. Not necessarily include them into the tax burden, but understanding the figures, especially for some countries. In the case of non-tax natural resources, it requires a legal decision by the countries to either make a direct transfer to the countries or, well, and it will be very important in the other countries. So speaking of these contributions, the fiscal or burden indicator is going to show the expenditure that it needs to cover in different countries. You could opt for a compulsory system for social and private systems, or a compulsory one with a public system and different configurations.
These are data we had until 21, showing, as Hani just explained, a big change for 22. This long perspective shows that they've grown in importance, as well as a private mandatory pension. And for the whole of the period, the classical was 92% of the total burden, but 7 and 8%, depending on the years, is also important per country. In this chapter, we also bring in the variation of the two indicators since 90 until 21. In most countries, we see the same rise as in the general indicator and pretty uniform. But it is important to see that some countries such as Trinidad and Tobago and Panama, during those years, neither the fiscal pressure nor the equivalents have increased. They have actually even decreased. And very quickly, we'll see the third graph. And this perhaps is the most important one to see the relevance of this indicator and what it includes in terms of the classical tax burden. Here, the countries are organized by the contribution to private and mandatory social security and non-tax natural resources, and what the amount that they can handle to fund the spending that is needed. There's a series of countries, and for that, this is very important. Chile, Mexico, there is more than 5 points of GDP as contribution. And this is pretty important in terms of what they mean as to classical tax burden. Mexico, it reaches up to 33% of its traditional tax burden. So that means more resources to face the spending needs. And this can see with most of non-tax statutory resources. Chile, we're talking about more than 26% of its traditional tax burden. And here with the contribution from the two sources and the private pension systems. In other cases, we can see for Panama, for example, 3.3 of GDP to face the expenditure. At the same time, there are a series of countries with a nil contribution, whereas for these 25 countries, we have in 21 for about almost 2 points, 1.t. It is 8% of the tax burden. So this data is available at IDB, but this is not completely updated because we always wait for all of the fiscal burden information, and we then add these other sources of revenue. That is why I wish to thank all of the collaborators and consultants and administrations that have provided information. It's difficult to find all of this information. It's difficult to find and to have the details. And I would say that this is the main message I wanted to bring to you on equivalent tax or fiscal pressure. Naturally, all the revenue often is not explained and what is done to cover common needs. Thank you very much. I don't know if I've thanked everyone that I wanted to, but thank you for your attention at any rate. Thank you, Santiago. We now continue with Alejandro Rastelletti, who's Senior Specialist Fiscal Management Division, IDB. Thank you, Noel. I also greet our colleagues from CIAD, OECD, and thank you all for the chance to be here. I will briefly go into my presentation. I'll be as fast as I can. This is, first of all, going to bring in a summary, which is the most important part of the uh, report. And then we will see what the countries are doing in order to increase collection in the most effective way possible, as we saw in the previous session. In looking at the results of collection in Latin America for an average in 22, the new message of the report was that in 22, tax collection increased in 0.3 points of GDP. That is the main result of this publication. And the total average collection is at 21.5% of GDP, which is very similar to what we had before the pandemic. And 22, the region as an average recovered the collection before pandemic. If looking at the dynamics, though, of the collection of different taxes, we see that this was different. It varied between the different instruments. Here, the variation was a nil, such as income tax to natural entities. And on the other hand, this was very slight. And two changes were observed in corporate taxes of 6% of GDP. And the report calls other consumer taxes beyond VAT. And here there was a drop in 0.3% to come to that global amount. In both cases, the history is very much related to the hydrocarbon prices. As you can see here on the right, collection of corporate tax is related to income tax to oil companies. I'm talking about Trinidad and Tobago as an example. And here there are tax instruments, but also, as Michael said, and Santi also brought in equivalent tax burden non-tax in royalties, for example, collection grew as a result of taxing hydrocarbons. But on the other hand, there were an answer on the part of the indirect taxes, especially selective ones, where some countries dropped in that, at least for some time, in order to offset the rise in hydrocarbon prices, especially because of the war in Ukraine and Russia. So hydrocarbon situation actually favored this, but as a policy, many countries dropped their selective taxes. And perhaps another important thing here is that in spite of the diversity of results in Latin America and the different structures, in most countries, about three-fourths of the countries, we saw that rise in collection, whereas in the others, there was a decrease of the rate collection GDP. But this was due to the fast rise in GDP, and the taxes weren't able to follow that same pace. In some countries, yes, that did rise, but not as much as GDP. The report says that collection in the region was dynamic in 22. Another topic that is important here is that it recalls the tremendous diversities in the region. And when we talk about average Latin America, this is difficult. It's like a sacrilege. The average Latin countries. What is that? Because it's such a heterogeneous region. The first front has to do with collection levels. We have countries such as Brazil that has 35 points of GDP. It's too bad I can't read the numbers very well, but 33%, whereas on the bottom, the collection is 1/3 of what Brazil's collection. So there's a big difference in collection between Latin countries. Equally large is the difference in the makeup of this collection. Trinidad and Tobago, for example, 3/4 of a collection comes from direct taxes, which is not that common in Latin America. And we also have countries such as Barbados, I think the last one, where less than 1/4 of tax collections comes from that. So we've gone from 1/4 to 3/4 in indirect taxation. So the tax systems and the means of collection vary a great deal. And this is what we see here in this graph. This is in revenue statistics, by the way. And what's also important, who collects? In most countries, quite clearly the central government is the main source of tax collection, but there are other countries where social security contribution is a big chunk of the resources that go for the state. And a few countries, such as the federal countries in the region, such as Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, is not federal, but still it does the same. So in some countries, subnational collection is an important source of revenue. So this is the diversity in the region that must be always considered. That is why we have some asterisks when we talk about the average for Latin America. Now, forecasts from the past, as Michael said, in 23, we expected that the increase in 0.3 would change, as we've seen in some reports. But the collection in 23 dropped, partly because of the reduction on corporate taxes and the normalization of hydrocarbon prices. But the next report will bring in more information on what happened in 23 and the causes for that decrease in tax collection. And finally, the discussion that we heard previously. What can the countries in the region do to improve tax collection? And here I will stop to look at three options. As we saw previously, it's important that the policies adopted will protect economic growth that is the main source of fiscal consolidation. In order to protect growth, the first thing to do is to do more with what we have at hand. And here, the strengthening of tax administrations is something that has to be at the core of all efforts in improving collection in the region. Example, study conducted by IDB with the VAT. When you look at the VAT collection, comparing with other regions, the efficiency of the average collection in the region is of about 50%. And this is due to tax spending and also, and even more important, the high levels of VAT evasion. As an average is of 2 or 3%. And we look at the evolution of tax evasion in Latin America. This has remained the same in the last decade, in spite of the tremendous efforts from the tax administrations to implement electronic invoices. So the digital transformation, the digitalization has basically not been reflected in collection. We do have the information, but we're not exploiting this as we should. So we must continue in the efforts to fight tax evasion and avoidance in the region. Another topic has to do with the industries and the sectors whereby increasing collection wouldn't make that much of a difference. Here, the extractive industries could be one of these where there's room to gain more collection. We conducted a study on effective collection on corporate taxes and royalties towards the mining sector. Even though the tax rate is pretty high, when we look at the effective rates, average or marginal, they are much lower than the statutory rates. So there's also room to rethink on the taxation on the mining industries because the effective taxes are low and they should be closer to the statutory rates. And finally, as we talked about the environmental taxes, the report shows what the region collects comparing to other latitudes. At IDB, we believe that we must increase this kind of taxation, but we must be aware that we do have subsidies to fuel that is tremendous. If we want to increase this fiscal space, this must be also thought of, not only in terms of hydrocarbon taxes, but also the subsidies that the countries provide to fuels at large, so as to have a true report and to improve this kind of collection. In summary, the main message is that the collection grew in 0.3% as a result of the high increase in corporate tax.
Unfortunately, that increase of 0.3 can be reversed in 2023. And for this not to happen, then countries need to redouble efforts in order to increase revenue in a way that will not be distortive and will protect growth. Thank you. Thank you, Alejandro. And we've really are on time now, but we'll have a couple of comments if somebody from the audience would like to take the floor, and or maybe you're too hungry now. Yes, I think you are too hungry. So this session is adjourned. Thank you very much. An applause for all panel members. Thank you, Santiago, and we will begin at 3 with the session on public spending. Oh.
Si gustan pueden dejar aquí sus cosas. Pues miren, está lloviendo. Si la lluvia es un problema, entonces recomiendo el uso de la cafetería aquí de la CEPAL, que está, lo más fácil es salir por esa puerta al fondo, a mano derecha. y luego hay unas escaleras que bajan, ahí está la cafetería.
Si alguien de los asistentes se quedó sin documento, acá hay algunas copias.
Están autorizadas las fotos. Hola.
¿O no? Dijo que partiéramos, ¿no? ¿Noel? ¿Partimos? Muy bien. Muy bien, muy buenas tardes a todas y todos. Bienvenidos a la sesión 4 del Seminario Regional de Política Fiscal dedicado a gasto.
We're going to resume today's seminar. We now have public spending and sustainable development priorities. I'd like to thank Alberto Arena, Director of the Division of Social Development of ECLAC. And it is important to talk about public spending at least once a year, share experiences in the region. As you all know, the regional seminar on fiscal policy is on its 36th year. Hopefully we'll have another 36, especially for the young people in the room. Some of us won't be there probably. But a good friend yesterday, when he came in to the seminar, and I'm going to quote him, he said, once a year we meet here at ECLAC, and every year we're younger. Oscar is very positive. So this session today on public spending is important. Public expenditure addresses inequality. It allows us to move forward with all these strategies. And it's important for successful strategic strategies. It's important to talk about public expenditure in different areas and climate and many other matters. So for this debate for sustainable development priorities, we're going to have 4 speakers. We have Dr. James Fitzgerald, Director of Health Systems and Services of PAHO. James is a great friend of ECLAC. We have issued several publications jointly on these development strategies, inclusive social development, and he will be talking to us about these strategies in Latin America. And we also have Andrea Podestá, consultant here at ECLAC. She has supported us for many years. We're going to talk about the public strategies and together with demographics. Héctor Villarreal, Director of the Initiative for Economic and Demographic Transition of the Monterrey Institute of Technology in Mexico. Thank you once again, Hector, for being here at ECLAC. And Miguel Gómez de Antonio, advisor of the Institute of Fiscal Studies in Spain, who will be talking about the impact of subsidies and investment on broadband in rural municipalities in Spain. Finally, comments by Juan Carlos Moreno Brit. He is a professor of economics at the National Autonomous University of Mexico, the UNAM. So, James, you have the floor for the next 20 minutes.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Alberto. Quería realmente agradecer a ti también, agradecer también a Daniel y a todos para la invitación a este evento importante. Notamos que está teniendo este evento durante 36 años, yo creo que es la primera vez que la OPS está participando en los eventos de este orden y realmente lo apreciamos, pensamos que es un evento muy importante para la región y para el sector de salud, ¿no? Así que voy a empezar la presentación. Como soy funcionario de la Organización Internacional de Salud, tengo que empezar la presentación con un pequeño recordatorio de los años que hemos pasado, los últimos 4 años, en un contexto bastante complejo, difícil en la región de las Américas. que contaba hasta casi 29% de los casos total y hasta 44% de la mortalidad total a nivel mundial en las Américas, ¿no? Y anotar que 4 de los 10 países con las tasas más altas a nivel mundial de COVID-19, tanto mortalidad como morbilidad, se encontraron también aquí en la región, siendo Estados Unidos, Brasil y Perú. Hemos perdido casi 3 años de esperanza de vida, en algunas subregiones 3.6 años, convirtiéndonos a las Américas, a la región del mundo que más años de vida ha perdido, ¿no? Y por supuesto que ha sido notado muchas publicaciones y aquí también en CEPAL, los grupos en situación de vulnerabilidad altamente impactados por el COVID-19, tanto en incidencia como mortalidad, determinados también por los determinantes sociales y económicos y ambientales. Así que si miramos un poco lo que ha pasado durante este periodo, no solamente por cuestiones de impacto directo de COVID en hospitales, por niveles de infección y mortalidad ahí, pero también por las interrupciones persistentes en los servicios esenciales de la salud en todos los niveles del propio sistema. En efecto, se generó un efecto de desplazamiento y interrupción de servicios esenciales de salud por largos periodos de tiempo, que luego profundizaron las barreras de acceso, ¿no? Provocando altas tasas de exceso de mortalidad y retrocesos significativos en dimensiones clave de salud, como la cobertura de esquemas de inmunizaciones, la malnutrición, la tasa de mortalidad infantil, materna, cuyas consecuencias aún estamos observando en la región de las Américas. Este impacto ha tenido tanto a nivel de la demanda como la oferta de los servicios de salud. En términos de reducción de búsqueda de atención por las poblaciones, la falta de recursos humanos y los cambios en la asignación de ellos dentro del propio sistema, y los cambios intencionales en cuanto a la oferta. Yo creo que la región ha hecho grandes esfuerzos también en mitigar el impacto de la pandemia y ha movilizado recursos muy importantes, muy significados en este sentido. Hemos escuchado en las varias presentaciones anteriores el impacto de esto en cuanto a la modificación de prestaciones de servicios, las políticas de recursos humanos, en cuanto a la reorganización del propio sistema, el acceso a medicamentos y productos sanitarios, lo que implicaba también gastos muy significativos por el sistema de salud, la participación comunitaria y también varias innovaciones en cuanto a la financiación del propio sistema. Si miramos un poco el contexto del financiamiento público de los sistemas de salud, podemos observar que algún otro reto que hemos tenido asociado con el manejo y respuesta a la pandemia ha sido debido a problemas bastante estructurales en los sistemas de salud durante muchos años, ¿no? Se puede decir que en los últimos años hemos visto un incremento importante en el gasto público en la salud, ahora que estamos a casi 4.4% en términos de gasto público en función del PIB. Pero estos últimos años hemos visto, debido a esta inversión que han hecho los países,
due to the investment in the pandemic, it's been quite substantive and quite progressive, and we have seen this increase in our country together with the allocation of public services. And the pocket expenditure is a regressive mechanism for financing of the healthcare service, has to do with catastrophic expenditure in households. So the increase also eliminated this pocket expenditure on health. So we have around 6% as recommended by the organization of member states, and far from the 20% of expenditure on pocket expenses. So we need to continue to make these efforts on health in the Americas. Latin America and the Caribbean, together with Europe, have service coverage that is relatively high, going from 76 to 80% in terms of the coverage indexes, and low expenditure on catastrophic health issues, but we would like to mention a few concerns that have come about as a result of the pandemic. The coverage of the services in catastrophic health issues.
A partial explanation of the high impact of pandemic in America has been the health of systems in the region for a long time. A high level of segmentation of the systems between the private sector and the public sector, and the fragmentation of the system itself. And as a result, there are parts of the population that belong to subsystem without enough access to the services for a comprehensive care. And public funding then says that the systems are mixed, and what is dominant are certain social insurances, but they are mixed system. The public financing in Latin America and the Caribbean is responsible for 2/3 of the total system, and the rest comes from private funds. And this is still concerning because of the high levels. We can also analyze health based on levels. The fourth level of public spending, and the first level as a percent share of total public spending in 2020. The first level of attention has to do with network services. There's also maternal child care, primary chronic diseases, promotion of health, and it's the basis really of the health system itself. But we can see that there's low first level funding that does not reach what is recommended, which would be 30% of public spending. As to the scope of this percentage, we also see amounts that are low per capita, making it difficult to have quality and efficiency and high levels of fragmentation in health services. Low funding here shows the gaps to all services, especially out there in the faraway territories, and the lack of prevention of certain diseases in the countries. During the pandemic, there was a strong increase in first level attention funding, but many countries that had this increase in funding for first level, when we excluded the expenditure in COVID, this went down in most cases except for Peru. Now, primary care spending is the most efficient one to bring in health results. Locally, though it is believed that we can save up to 80% of health problems. The fiscal priority in primary care brings in strong changes from the epidemiological standpoint and also at health care subnationally. Colombia and equality. We can see there are big differences between municipalities in terms of sustainable development. What's interesting here is that we are noticing a direct relation between sustainable development per municipality and mother mortality. That is an indication of the capacity of the health system and the access to primary attention. This can be repeated in almost all Latin countries. Great fiscal priority going towards primary health care in places with low development indexes can bring in strong positive outcomes in health and social development. the gaps have also been seen in others. They are just they're not just barriers that I've talked about. There are other barriers. We also have strong social barriers in the organization of health services here. We are showing Canada, Chile, and Uruguay, and the acceptability of health services in Colombia and Peru. So there are strong arguments for a health policy and a fiscal policy that are oriented towards a changing health based on primary care. This is a strategic focus that addresses the needs of the population, bearing in mind the conditions of the population and the territory where people live, as well as social determinants. We can also accelerate the recovery in the short term. We can narrow gaps and structural barriers in the midterm, promoting equality and access, catering for the needs of the population that is most vulnerable. So this is investment in health and well-being of people and communities, and the networks of services and a response to health emergency, improving the resilience of health system. This is what we need for any health future emergency. Primary care is also improving the efficiency from Social Security. We have developed, and this is the Chilean case, by the way, we wanted to measure hospitalization for problems that are sensitive to daycare. We are measuring the HASA, that is the spending that was could have been avoidable in 5 years, from 15 to 20. Almost 80% of this was concentrated in 8 cases. The most important was renal issues, respiratory diseases, and vascular issues. All of these conditions that are sensitive to primary care would have been avoided. It is believed that HAS in Chile would have been about $500,000,000. Chile is also providing in the future universal care, and this would have an impact at HASA. As you can see, we believe that the FESP, the essential functions in renewed public health. This involves the capability of the health authorities that are so necessary to have access, universal access to health, and all of the necessary interventions to improve the health of the population and to build more equitable, inclusive, resilient health systems. The essential functions will provide a framework for integrated public policies. In allocating resources, we have health finance funding, we have public national accounts, data creation, financial protection, and the correct allocation of funding with accountability. We right now have 14 countries that are applying these essential public health functions. And to conclude, it's important to have a more effective collaboration within different sectors that have to do with health in the countries in the region, and naturally amongst the players that are aiding with international cooperation. Here we have a great partnership with ECLAC in the development of policy briefs for the analysis of the needs as we had in 2021. This search for more relationship between health and finance ministries. We also searching for cooperation. We're working with colleagues from OECD in order to improve budget efficiency. We also wish to develop a national accounts in health and the analysis of fiscal space for health. I also wanted to talk about a partnership that's been launched last year in December. This is called the Partnership for Primary Health Care. We have now been talking about a fiscal relationship, not only with health, but also primary care. And this partnership was launched with IDB and World Bank. Not only do we work with private hospitals outside of the grid, but we also have a strategic focus of primary care in different instances and with a multilateral funding. This searches for the coordination of action at country level for development of health based on APS. We're now developing in the definition of gaps that will afterwards be funded through different means according to the national priorities and access coverage inequality gaps. Right now we have an initial cohort of the 5 countries with the coordinated action for 2024. And finally, I'd say that fiscal priority for health. Health as a fiscal priority is an investment in economy from what we've seen in the pandemic, in social development, in closing equality gaps, and as well as resiliency. This is to help out for the system to be prepared for future emergencies. We have noticed through COVID that there's an interdependence between economy, health, and social development. Allocating priority to primary care, we can obtain efficiency, effectiveness with a territorial focus in coverage and access, and also more financial protection. The investments in the special function in public health and the critical capabilities of governance involves a multi-sectorial action and social participation. A very special focus involves improving budgetary capabilities, the creation and analysis of data, public financial management, the capability to absorb and to regulate financial systems. We are even talking about the private sector that is now part of the priority. We continue with the need to search for convergence within the countries. We also have to look for more collaboration between international organizations and multilateral development banks so as to strengthen the fiscal policy capabilities in health. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Jane, for this very interesting presentation in looking at the importance and the impact of health in the economy, fiscal policy, and also the need to invest in health, in primary care, as you said, which is a baseline for a successful strategy of inclusive and sustainable development. Thank you very much for this intervention, James. And James, by the way, spoke for 19 minutes. I didn't have to show him the red light. So I immediately hand over to Andrea Podesta. You have 20 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the possibility of participating in the seminar and be able to collaborate in Chapter 3 of fiscal spending, public spending linked to climate change in Latin America. This is what I will be presenting now. Firstly, an introduction, context, and then methodologies of countries to measure public spending that is related to climate change. Then I will present the main results for 6 countries of Latin America with these methodologies: Argentina, Colombia, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, and Peru. And then finally, I will mention a few conclusions and final thoughts. It has been mentioned before, the vulnerability of countries of the region in view of climate change. This because of a combination of factors, socioeconomic and environmental. So it's key to have strategies for adaptation mitigation in order to guarantee a sustainable future for future generations. But also there is a high level of public debt, payment of interest, and therefore fiscal space is small in order to face all these challenges. So from ECLAC, we have analyzed the climate public expenditure, which is an important tool for an efficient management of climate policies. These also contributes to monitor international commitments of countries as to climate objectives. Likewise, in the article, we say that it's the role of public investment is key to reduce vulnerability of countries vis-à-vis disasters in order to strengthen resilience and promote sustainable development. Therefore, in the chapter, we also analyze capital expenditure and current expenditure. Rapidly, I would like to say that we went over the methodologies of countries to measure what we called the cross-sectional public spending in climate change. That is, that it involves different areas, functions, ministries of a government. It's not enough to examine the role of the government with the environment, but rather the analysis is all-encompassing. I won't dwell in the methodologies. In this summary, I want to say that we've found differences in criteria to label an action contributing to climate change or sectors included, the coverage of government, if it's only considered at central level or subnational levels, the current and capital expenditure, differences as to the moment of the spending. The analysis is done ex ante to the approval of budget or ex post. So there is a difference there if you consider the budgeted or accrued expenditure. Methodologies that include green taxonomies or questions in order to identify if actions contribute to climate change adaptation or mitigation, and different ways of publication. Some countries publish this with the budget. Others have open databases with different detail levels, and some publish detailed data, analytical data. Likewise, countries publish information following different classifications of climate change spending. Classifications like institutional, financing, economic, functional. The expenditure is classified according to destination, if adaptation or mitigation of both objectives. This is found in all countries with the exception of Mexico, where still that information is not available. In a clear way, we have noted that the only country that publishes a link among the different items of climate spending and the strategic lines of the governmental policy for climate change is Colombia. All of this was examining the official data of all these countries, and we have observed that is disparity of the climate public spending, and this difference involves the level of the spending, the makeup, and the importance of the different programs and relevant activities of this topic. These differences are due to the methodological discrepancies I mentioned a while ago. Here we show you the results, and climate public spending has been under 1% of GDP in all of the countries, with the exception of Honduras, where it's much higher, 9.6% of GDP, and that accounts for 24% of the total non-financial public spending. That this doesn't mean that Honduras is spending 10 times more than other countries, but there is a difference in methodology. The methodology of Honduras includes a series of areas and activities where health and education spending linked to climate change is very relevant. Also, the information published corresponds to the adopted approved budget, and it is the non-financial public sector. On the other hand, Colombia only has 1/10 of GDP in climate change, because it excludes activities associated to climate change or playing an important role in adaptation or mitigation, but have an unfavorable impact on society or the environment. That is, activities generating negative externalities are not included in the methodology. Also, Colombia, 0.1 only percent of GDP. And it's measuring public spending in investment and not the current expenditure related to climate. So, as I say, these data are not comparable. We did an analysis of climate spending according to government functions or functional areas. Those areas related to economic matters is very relevant in all of the countries. This includes initiatives to trigger renewable energy sources, as well as programs for agriculture, increasing productive sustainability, agricultural innovation vis-a-vis climate change. Also, countries have infrastructure projects in the area of transportation, improvement of lines, railroads, together with infrastructure damaged by natural disasters. All of that is included in economic spending. On the other hand, the protection of the environment function is relevant in Argentina, Colombia, Nicaragua, and Peru. You have their programs of management of solid waste, protection of biodiversity, sustainable use of natural resources, and all of this related to environmental control, fight against deforestation, and so forth. We clearly see that in Argentina, the most important function is that related to housing and community services. And this functional role, although to a lesser extent, is also relevant in Colombia and Peru. Here, programs related to climate change are included, that is, infrastructure for water, drinkable water, and improvement of urban space, public spaces. Honduras is so large that I had to put it at a different scale. We see the spending in education is one of the largest, and that has to do with the capacity building and training at primary, secondary, and tertiary school. In the case of climate spending linked to health, it's relevant that of Honduras and Nicaragua. Here there are health promotion programs and prevention control of diseases that are vector transmitted. Finally, the spending in social protection is more relevant in the case of Mexico, where the program Asegurando Vida excels there. Another analysis that we carried out was the economic classification of climate public spending, because here it acquires a special dimension if you differentiate between capital and current spending. Whilst current common spending is centered in operational and maintenance costs, public investment that is measured as a proxy to the capital spending considers allocation of resources to projects of longer term. As previously mentioned, public investment in climate change is fundamental as an engine for sustainable growth. We see that only 2 countries of those analyzed allocate more resources to capital spending than current spending. Argentina and Mexico, 65% corresponds to capital spending in Mexico. In the other countries, there is more spending in current spending. We said that in Colombia, this is capital spending, it doesn't measure the other one. On the other hand, we examined the information of climate public spending according to a category or type of climate spending, distinguishing here adaptation, mitigation, or combined, mixed. And if information allowed, we divided it into disaster risk management within adaptation. And so here we see the relative importance of actions also differs from one country to another. In Argentina and Nicaragua, actions of adaptations to climate change prevail, whilst in Colombia, Honduras, and Peru, actions related to mitigation are the ones that prevail. We can observe that spending in adaptation actions, that is, those with an impact to reduce vulnerability of the country, included programs of water infrastructure, development, sanitation, water for agriculture, development of climate resilient crops, diversity, biodiversity, protecting biodiversity programs, and also prevention and control of diseases. In disaster risk management, we identify the reconstruction of areas affected by climate events, also repairing damages in the highways, prevention of fires, construction of containment walls for floods, and other drainage and infrastructure. In mitigation actions, that is, programs that can contribute to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases, we have here programs focused in energy, renewable energy promotion, solid waste management, native forest protection, whilst in connection with mixed activities, that is, they can affect adaptation and mitigation to climate change. We found activities of environmental control, control of environmental legislation, among others. Finally, in some cases, available information allows to compare between economic classification of the spending and climate action. And this is possible to do it in Nicaragua and Peru. And we saw that in the capital spending in Nicaragua, you had the mitigation measures prevailing, whilst in Peru, those related to adaptation. Some conclusions and final thoughts of this chapter. One of them, we believe, is the appropriate identification and evaluation of climate change public spending is crucial to improve decision making, and it can also increase transparency and target resources much better. Also identify the financing gap. As Daniel early on presented, we saw that the high requirement of resources of countries in the region in order to comply with the climate goals, SDGs. This can help to mobilize additional resources, in addition to being a tool so as to have and promote budget reforms and design environment-friendly fiscal systems. Avoid actions that will have negative effects on climate change, like fossil fuels, and contribute to the SDGs.
We just highlighted the importance of measuring this expenditure in a cross-cutting manner across different functions and ministries, and we see that countries have experienced progress in this sense, but there is a wide variability of methodologies that encompass various aspects, and therefore we believe it is important that countries in the region move towards a standardized approach in order to identify climatic expenditure with a consensus-based definition of what climate expenditure is, because thus we could facilitate international cooperation, that which is something that we cannot do at present. And finally, I don't know if you can read this, but in chapter 3, we suggest certain guidelines that can help to strengthen this type of statistics to measure public expenditure on climate. We highlight the importance of the institutionalization of the labeling, of defining the roles that ministries of finance may have, or ministries of the environment, together with other important ministries. Likewise, we highlight the need for the training of officials in charge of this process, so that they can have clear rules and methodologies to eliminate subjectivity, because often this process is subjective and relies upon the official in question, and therefore it's important to have that methodology, a published and accessible methodology, accessible for the public at large. In addition, we also feel it's important to expand coverage, not only at government and sectorial level, but also to label, and not only to label or identify the actions that favor adaptation and mitigation to climate change, but also to determine the programs that have a negative impact upon climate change. For example, what is the impact of subsidies for fossil fuels? We know that that has a negative impact on adaptation and mitigation. We can also expand taxation expenditure related to climate, green taxes. And we also believe that transparency of the methodology and of the supervision of labeling is important to avoid the practice of greenwashing. In other words, to label activities that are not truly contributing to climate change. We believe that this tool is also important to mobilize resources from different sources, and we believe that we have to also make headway in the evaluation of the results of climate policies. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrea, for this valuable presentation on the links between public expenditure and climate change in Latin America. And I would like to highlight your message of promoting fiscal reforms that are friendly with the environment, certainly as from taxation structure and as from expenditure. In other words, as mentioned by Ariel at the beginning yesterday, that fiscal sustainability has 3 dimensions. It has revenues, expenditure, and the fiscal institutional framework. And therefore, the question that arises is that it should somehow have an environmental perspective so that this fiscal sustainability is consistent with environmental sustainability. I highlight this because we're in a panel where we see the link between public expenditure and sustainable development strategies.
Muchas gracias, Andrea, por esta intervención y pasamos.
So thank you, Andrea, for that presentation. And now we offer the floor to Héctor Villarreal. Héctor, you have 20 minutes. Andrea delivered her presentation in 19 minutes and 50 seconds. I had never before participated in a seminar where we had such good timekeepers. So we hope you will follow suit. Please, Héctor, you have the floor. Thank you, Alberto. First of all, I would like to thank Daniel Titelman, Noel Perez, and the division for this invitation. The fiscal seminar of ECLAC is always a very interesting and a great pleasure to attend. Your priorities, it's entitled, Your Priorities Are Not My Own Priorities, because there is a lot of contrast in terms of what we think and what we expect from public expenditure. That is something that has been discussed since yesterday. Today, when international entities intervene, this came across very clearly. The way in which I have structured the presentation implies that I begin with 3 assumptions and then 4 criteria. The 3 assumptions, I believe the first 2 came up over and over again yesterday, in the sense that there is very little fiscal space. And the third one means that we're advancing towards an uncertain macroeconomic panorama. We talk a lot about fiscal consolidation and things that we have to do. But if we grow with a low inflation, this will become certainly a lot simpler. But if growth is not as robust as we would like, or in fact falls well short of that, and at the same time inflation continues to be at a high level with respective pressures upon interest rates, well, there will be many things that will make fiscal consolidation far more complex. And on the other hand, and I loved Alberto to act as moderator of this panel, because we must also understand that the region is undergoing a very speedy demographic transition. And Alberto has been one of the most important voices when it comes to this issue for many years, and we cannot separate this from fiscal aspects. In fact, that is the first assumption that I would like to begin with. These are the UN projections for population in the region, and oftentimes we don't fully understand this situation. It will not be up to us, at least not in the short or medium term, to think about public policies for a decrease in the population, but there will be 2 phenomena that will be extremely important. The number of elderly persons will grow significantly in the age group 25 to 65 years. The people aged 65 or more will increase twofold, and that increases or that changes the way in which we have to think about fiscal systems. A demographic transition also involves an epidemiological transition. There are great pressures exerted upon the health sector, something that Jace knows better than all of us, and the other phenomenon, which is very novel for our region, is a substantially lower number of children and teenagers as a proportion of the population, and in some cases with an absolute reduction and very little fiscal space. This is something that we need to permanently review. With ECLAC, I had the possibility of working with maybe on a very simple methodology that measures fiscal space with flows, and we have yearly flows in this sense. Now, what I would like for us to think about when we talk about public expenditure is that whenever there are new public policies, that implies that we find new revenue sources that you cut back or that you become indebted. But what we are evidencing, and this is one of the phenomena that will become a driver of public expenditure, is that this can happen on a non-voluntary basis. To the extent that we have expenditure commitment, you suddenly realize that you have to cut back, that you have to become indebted, or that you are forced to find new investment, new sources of revenues, and that is something that we will have to learn to live with. And the third aspect is something that I already mentioned, macroeconomic uncertainty with high rates of growth and low inflation. In that case, fiscal consolidation becomes much easier. The problem, and this is an ongoing discussion in different fora, is that in the medium and long term, we do not have a guarantee of high economic growth or of a drop in inflation, at least not soon. And therefore, we have to think and live and think about public policies bearing this reality in mind. Now, your priorities are not my own priorities. What is it that we are observing in the region? Well, first of all, a tremendous expenditure on pensions. I haven't wanted to mention figures so that I don't tire you with these presentation, but I believe that in the Mexican case, this is brutal. In 2024, if we look at the federal expenditure on pensions as a proportion of all fiscal revenues plus social security contributions, that represents 36.25%. But the Center for Budgetary Research has projected that in 6 years, that federal expenditure will represent 44.38% of fiscal pressure. And I'm talking about the federal expenditure on pensions, only on that. And that certainly puts you against the wall. In other words, what is it that you can do? And we face the risk, for example, of conducting a fiscal reform that is very small, or an average fiscal reform, and very soon everything will be used in the increase in pensions. And on the other hand, it will also be extremely difficult to lower the level of indebtedness. And for example, a country such as Mexico, that was also mentioned as a good example of good behavior and very conservative. Well, in 2024, we have a fiscal deficit of 6% of the GDP, if you measure this in terms of financial requirements, 6% of the GDP. And therefore, the financial requirements of the fiscal sector is projected at 5.9, and that could be even underestimated and could easily go beyond 6%. And now the other thing is that what we see in the region is the appearance of social programs, some of them very valid. I believe that during the pandemic, there were also very specific needs, but at the same time, we want to spend on social programs in terms of classic pillars. When classic pillars such as health and education are not consolidated, there are many needs in terms of education and in terms of health, and we are inventing a whole series of social programs for very specific aspects. And a recurring issue during the seminar is that this coincides with a very low expenditure on investment for resilience against climate change, for transport, for energy transmission. We talk a lot, or we bet a lot on near shoring, and often we face problems of electrical distribution, which will require investments and all that. And therefore, that is not becoming a priority in terms of public expenditure. And now I'll move ahead very quickly. 4 criteria that I think would help us to better understand the situation. The first one, this might be very obvious, but sometimes because it's so obvious, we forget about it. Current expenditure cannot be financed with debt. Financing and infrastructure projects must have planning horizons that go beyond government administrations. Otherwise, we will always be living in a short-term logic. And the third aspect, which forms part of this major criteria, and it's very good that we're in this fiscal seminar by ECLAC, and it's very good for international entities to be present, because this is something that we have to reflect on. And closely linked to the issue of pensions is that, and also indirectly linked to the issue of health, the question is, how long is it valid for contingent liabilities to change contingent liabilities for financial aspects? And when we have social programs that are very expensive, can I bring a contingent liability that represents more than 120 or 150% of the GDP? well, maybe I am not going to be free of debt, but hopefully this can happen in a planned fashion so that we can be very clear on how you move from one system to the other. The second criteria, the creation of social programs must be more heavily regulated. Budget impacts, fiscal rules, whatever name you want to give to that. But if these social programs are done without any regulation, that leaves a lot of holes in our budgets, and that becomes tremendously complex. And something that we have also insisted on since last year is that ideally these social programs be integrated to the revenue system and with a net value at a personal level. And that will enable us to conduct public policies that are much more aligned to the life cycle, to be aware of the deficit, to know who is gaining what, and also many improvements in terms of transparency, corruption, and so on. And it does away with political favors and so on. One of the experiences that we have had in the region is that it becomes very easy for something that is born as a social program very quickly becomes a right. And rights that have a very complex political economy, and it's very difficult to do away with those social programs. And therefore, when these things are implemented and when we suspect that they may become rights, that we clearly identify the cost, long-term costs, and the budgetary impacts. The third criteria, the population aging will imply a lot of expenditure on health and pensions, and I think the time has come for a modernization of social security.
So social security
más desarrollados, de los sistemas fiscales más sólidos, es que la seguridad social pues, suele ser un pilar muy importante del sistema fiscal. Tenemos que modernizar la nuestra. Y creo que ha envenenado, surge en algunos países, luego desaparece todo, ha envenenado muchísimo.
It has poisoned the debate from universal systems.
Beveridge. Si no tenemos espacio.
If we don't have fiscal spaces in my country, they would say we have no friends. But so we need to have a very modernized social security with new instruments, with negative taxes, etc., but with a integrated modern system that responds to today's needs. And we've heard this throughout the seminar. Institutions count, and we probably need a new generation of fiscal rules that are met, as Alejandro Rastelletti mentioned. If we have rules and no one pays attention, well, it won't be any good. But if we have fiscal rules and public expenditure that works, that is great. We don't need to restrict public policies. But I would like to conclude. Many times, the fiscal reforms are detonated by the urgent need to obtain more resources to expand the fiscal space. Perhaps as a region, we should redefine the priorities of public expenditure, emphasizing the long-term vision and an intergenerational perspective. We need that in our systems. That's all for me. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Hector, for this interesting presentation. It touches on the foundations of fiscal policy. I'd like to stress one of your premises, which is, in fact, the demographics. Well, is around 25. The youth are 25% of population. In Europe, that demographic transition took 50 years. So we have half of the time. In the morning, we with less taxes, with less fiscal space, it's looking difficult. That demographic transition, 53% of the central government of Latin America is 53% that is dedicated to social spending. So this is something that is extremely interesting. It brings us homework. We have a lot of work to do in terms of reforms and taxes and, of course, institutions. Thank you, Hector, for your presentation. And Daniel, we're doing very well with time. Very well. Now I'd like to offer the floor to Miguel Gomez de Antonio. You have 20 minutes. Thank you. I'd like to begin by thanking ECLAC for the invitation made to the Institute every year to participate in this seminar. The topic I've chosen for my intervention is about assessing public policy. This morning, we talked about the importance, growth, and I think that one of the important things to generate this economic growth is in telecommunications and increasing the development of internet access, high-speed internet access in rural areas. The European Union has set a digital agenda so that reports can be presented every year. Every so often, we need to assess whether these systems are actually working. So the importance of, or the structure of the presentation is the usual, a brief introduction that I will mention what the effects are of these types of investments, broadband infrastructure. I will also look at the literature and investment on these infrastructures and other economic variables. I will intuitively present the assessment design and the methodology that we use to develop it, results and conclusions. So if there's a public policy that wishes to bridge the geographic gap, we see this in several countries, and the private operators have incentives to invest in broadband. And this doesn't really happen in rural areas. Since there isn't a true cohesion between the territories. And let me mention the importance of these infrastructures and of ICTs, information technologies. These are extremely important for the digital transformation of economy and of society, and it depends on high-speed internet, broadband. It has serious implications. It's been brought to the European Union, to the different councils, and they were comparing the access to high-speed internet networks and the importance of it with the importance of the coming of electricity in the Second World War. So having access to these structures can bring about new digital applications. They are going to require a quality and speed and response capacity that can only be materialized with high-speed internet. I'm thinking about augmented reality, distance operations, agriculture, etc. The implications of having access to this technology are not only important from an economic point of view, but also in terms of the potential effects of other aspects that improve the quality of life of individuals. And it allows individuals to go beyond their cities, their geographic areas, and increases civic participation, increases the provision of public services such as online medical services or distance paperwork. It allows offering information on governmental policies, etc. The problem is that these broadband stations and the development of high-speed networks, as I said in the beginning, are focused on urban areas. So I will present the data for the Spanish case. If we divide, well, this is a municipal analysis. If we divide the municipalities and we classify them in terms of rural, semi-rural, and urban, we will see that rural is those that have under 5,000 people, semi-rural, a population of 30,000 and less, and a density of 100 inhabitants per square kilometer, and urban would be the rest. If we look at the percentages of these categories, we see that 84% of the municipalities in Spain are rural, and only 12% of Spanish municipalities are classified as urban. And coverage is different. 38% or 91% lives in urban areas and 37% in rural areas. So this is information from 2019. When we look at the type of coverage that households have in terms of where they live, we see that the households that live in urban areas, over 90% of them have access to high-speed internet. However, when we look at the percentage of households that have this kind of infrastructure that reside in rural municipalities, 37.8% of the same have access to this infrastructure. This picture that I presented to you for 2019 had this evolution from 2013 to 2019. You see that in red, you have the type of internet access, high-speed internet access, where the speed is over 100 megabytes per second. We see an increase in coverage. And from 2013 to 2016, the increase in coverage happens no matter what the municipality, but there is a digital gap between the urban and rural municipalities. In the beginning of the period, 2013, we see that the gap was over 60%. And towards the end of the period in 2019, the gap is reduced, but there's still over 50 percentage points difference. This is because there is a geographic digital gap, because in the private operators market, it doesn't make sense to invest in rural areas because, of course, it's more profitable to do so in urban areas. It's very limited in rural areas. There is a lack of potential demand, and the demand is scattered. It's not concentrated, so profitability is low, and the cost of developing these infrastructures increases depending, well, when we consider the geographic factors, the geography of the sector, and areas that are more remotely located. To correct this, the European Union recommends that countries develop public policies and programs that will allow reducing the level of coverage that the municipalities have. The program that we're assessing at the Institute of Fiscal Studies is broadband, new generation broadband, in the coming years, and the idea is to measure the coverage of latest generation broadband, measuring the distortion, competition, and respecting the principle of neutrality. This program is co-financed with the FEDER, the European Fund for Regional Development, and we wish to meet the objectives of the 2026 Digital Spanish Agenda, and it has committed by 2025 to have 100% of the population with at least 100 Mbps coverage, and moving forward towards the universalization of high-speed broadband.
Now, what is this program all about? This aims at assisting private operators so that they conduct investment in broadband in certain territories. And this is seen as white areas where there is no internet at all, no generation, and also the private operators usually do not invest. But the idea is to get the private investors to request this to fund investment projects in 35%. There's an annual system up to more part of the investment. The broadband program has been replaced by a new program in 2020. That is the universalization program for digital infrastructure. It is this funded by the mechanism for recovery and resilience, MRR. Now, what does the literature says? It looks at the relationship between this kind of infrastructure and other economic variables. The first thing we notice in the literature is that the analyses are scarce. What receives most attention has to do with economic growth, employment, and enterprises productivity. Other things have to do with education and quality of living. The literature notices, first of all, lack of analysis. We also notice that there's little data for analytical purposes, and there are a series of methodological issues that prevent conclusions, and this has to do with endogenous variables and broadband or in subjectivity in the search for results. Now, there are disparities in the results because they don't lead to the same direction. And there's also consensus in that the rural areas that would most profit from this kind of investment are the ones that are close to the metropolitan areas, to the cities. Here, I have the databases that we are using in the analysis. The idea in this evaluation is to find out whether this investment is bringing in more and fast coverage of broadband in these territories. And does it go beyond? What's the use of having 100% coverage that all households have access to broadband if these homes don't use the infrastructure? So we wanted to see whether the coverage went up as a result of the program, and if the share of households that use internet in the countryside increases because of more coverage. So we used a survey in the different territories where the investment was made. And we looked at the coverage in different provinces, and the national statistics system conducted a survey asking the Spanish households what kind of activity is internet used for? And that goes from emailing in the last 3 months, internet calls, um, if they downloaded any official file, if they use online services, if they have conducted banking operations, and that sort of thing. So the idea was to find out whether with these three databases, if the coverage increased, if that increased, then whether the households were using the infrastructure. This shows the evaluation diagram. And this took 3 steps. The first step or stage wants to avoid a methodological problem, and that is the bias in the selection. Perhaps we could over-represent a municipality which seemed attractive because of the characteristics for private investments. In that case, when the analysis states that the program does have an effect to increase coverage, then this could be a spurious relationship. It's not that it's working, but that the characteristic of the municipalities we have at hand makes more coverage a fact, either with or without the program. In order to correct this bias, we wanted to use an equation to determine the probability that each municipality would receive a broadband investment. And to explain this probability, we will bear in mind a series of observed characteristics such as population, surface, number of health centers and hospitals, variables that we have. And an important variable is whether the neighboring municipalities have this kind of infrastructure. And finally, whether the program is rated as, or the municipality is rated as a white area, white zone. So that is going to give the probability of investing in this region. And this then would allow us to replicate other municipalities, allocating more weight to those that are less represented and more to those who are overrepresented. So there we see a series of municipalities that are comparable and balanced, yeah, thus avoiding confusion. We then assimilate the database as if we were considering the random effect. Once we have these municipalities, pseudo municipality population, we analyzed whether the program increased coverage. And once that is found, then we will see whether the coverage increases the use of internet in these homes. So we estimated these 3 equations. I won't dwell on that. The following slides have to do with what I just brought to you. And the results obtained, here on the first row, we have the results of the first equation. And here we create the pseudo population in order to go into the second or third stage of the analysis. And the result obtained on the second stage showed that indeed the program is working and increasing coverage. The parameter alpha sub 1 associated to equation number 2, there the coverage depends on different variables, and then a parameter that says that this municipality has received investment for these infrastructures. So this is important, and because it means that this works. And the third stage does exactly the same, but now the variable is coverage increase, which is an endogenous variable. In order to solve this, we used the estimated variable in the second stage, and then we correct that. And let me now tell you that the main results from this analysis is that the program has a positive effect in increasing coverage. But that's a relative result because it increases the number of households receiving infrastructure, but the use of internet only goes up for 6 of the 30, more than 30 activities involved in the survey. So it would seem then that only designating resources for more broadband, we will receive the digital geographic gap, but we will not get all of the effects that we wanted to in terms of economic uh, growth, more well-being, etc. Because if the homes do not use the infrastructure, then we won't have the expected results. So the program then has limited results. Conclusions then, in order to reach all the potential effects in digitalizing these municipalities, we need a more comprehensive program, bearing in mind the reasons why the homes do not use the infrastructure. And these have to do with economic issues, budgetary issues, and the private operators perhaps charge too much to provide uh, access in these faraway places. So there should be programs that will follow infrastructure to subsidize the infrastructure in these vulnerable places. The idea is that it has to do with capabilities, the age of the population that don't realize or not aware of the benefits they may receive with the use of internet. So this is something that must be addressed in investing to increase access of broadband to municipalities studied. Thank you, Miguel, for your presentation. Indeed, it talks about something that is so important in a digital world and an even more digital future. We have to have methodologies to assess the success of this kind of investment. And now we hand over to our star commentator, Juan Carlos Moreno Brid, has a presentation, and he comes, by the way, from the University of Mexico. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel, Noel. It's a good meeting when we meet old friends as this one. So it's been wonderful to see friendly faces here making excellent presentations. Okay, this is Juan Toro's fault. I was going to do something else. I was going to just comment on my collaborators, but he came over with this story saying, what a different choice. Oh, my country is going to hold elections, so let's do something, having in mind Mexico. But Alejandro and his colleagues are experts in public spending. Now, we're going to take a look at Mexico 20 up to 24. Now, after the decades of new liberalism that end up in low economic growth, after 1980 we had a lost decade, but then we had the market issues, and then we had the export-led growth, fiscal deficit close to zero, and the economy was opened. We became more efficient. We wanted to get rid of poverty, so we wanted to go into more development. But reality did not go like that. private investment did not give that tremendous leap. And some novels say, without investment, there's no paradise. Well, paradise did not come over. Greater expansion of GDP and employment, more poverty and inequality is what we saw. As our president said, what are you going to do to win elections? And he said, if they continue doing what they're doing, I'm going to win the election because of the corruption, scandals, etc. And he came with a different agenda. Let's do history. First of all, the poor people. These are the 4T that were pillars in his agenda. The idea to go about this was to bury neoliberalism because that was the cause of corruption, supposedly.
And to reformulate a state market relation. And it is difficult to define neoliberalism, but I must say, in my country, it is used as if insulting. If it is rightist, it's neoliberal. If it is leftist, it's a populist. Well, here, let us see policies. Monetary policy is the same as before. Not the same persons, but it's the same thing. If you go to the Bank of Mexico website, it's exactly the same. Fiscal policy, austerity as a discourse without tax reform, and pro-cyclical. There's no change. Commercial policy, the TL-CAN or NAFTA was changed to TMEC. It's identical. With Peña Nieto and Manuel both negotiated. It was key to maintain trade opening. Industrial policy, 2 aborted attempts. The first one was called Prosecco. It was very nice. The only thing, lots of bubbles and, well, the 2, they were required in other functions, and industrial policy died. Salary policy is totally new. It is something progressive that began when Mexico signed TPP or when it was going to sign TMEC. Let us say outsourcing, lots of things were done. Minimum salary was placed in a recovery trend. And social policies, some transfer schemes were changed for others. They used to be focused in the poor, today not so much. Of these 6 policies, they are the same as those of Peña Nieto. And so it happens with the same thing as with the songs of Madonna. You think you heard the last one, but it's like the old one. Here, this is not the same as 10 years back. It is the same as 6 years back. GDP is 190,000 pesos. In 2018, 191,000 pesos. Today, the government is leaving a lower GDP, per capita GDP, than what it received. We generated 600,000. I feel like Coldplay. Stagnated public investment with the exception of 4 special projects that the president likes very much. We haven't grown as the figures of per capita GDP. Poverty, moderate poverty went down, you see on the left. Let us compare with the 2018. Moderate poverty went down. There have been discussions by UNAP, but the magnitude of the changes is important. But the extreme poverty has not gone down, it went up, and deficits went up. So why moderate poverty went down and not the extreme one? The data of CONASAMI, minimum wages commission, they have an excellent economist. They did a study, and 80% of the drop in poverty is due to the rise of real wages. And so, and what about the transfers? Well, the minimum salary or minimum wage policy does not hit the extreme poverty. It's not favored by that. So transfer policies then 20% of reduction in poverty, but didn't help the most important part, which is extreme poverty. And if we add the fact that deficits have gone up, there are deficits on the rise, especially that of health that goes up to 50%, second place, health. It's health and education, two deficits that are enormous. After the pandemic, we went up 20 points in health. There were 16% health deficits, and today it's 40%. So what happened with the social part? And one, according to the minimum wage, it will make us free or maybe yes, maybe not. As to the minimum wage is very low, as you can do whatever you want with the minimum wage. There's no more inflation, informality. But with that, you start reaching the average salary. We are 50% of the average wage. And to continue doubling the purchasing power of the minimum salary in 6 years, it's impossible. Productivity goes down and unit cost goes up. The president, in his recent reform, said that for the next 6 years, the minimum salary should grow whatever the inflation grows. So the minimum salary will be able to go down without growth. It's complicated. And let us go to macro. Monetary policy has been restrictive, and this is really terrifying. These are ECLAC figures. The title is not ECLAC's, it's mine, but the figures are, it is awful. This fiscal austerity, it's the only country that had primary surplus in 2019 and 2020. It's complicated. These are the fiscal revenues. There hasn't been a fiscal reform. The president said that there was going to be one and then decided not. So that is reflected in the revenue and spending. And this comes from finance, economic policy, general criteria. Here you have the primary, deficit, real, actual deficit. Presumably there was going to be austerity. Look at the deficit, it has gone up as a proportion of GDP. More than 5 points of GDP today. The biggest or the strongest figure is that of financial requirements of public sector. Presumably the policy was going to be austerity. There's a counter-cyclical rise. And what Hector was mentioning is that deficit shouldn't be financing current spending. But in 2024, this is of the Ministry of Finance, that the deficit is financing that. But what is highly dramatical is the present government leaves it in 5 points or 6 points of GDP, financial requirements, and says that we'll cut down 3 points for the next year. For Claudia, if she wins, or the other candidate, or 2 or 3 in all, this is an enormous challenge. How is this fiscal consolidation going to take place? And there are 2 versions. President and Secretary of Finance said that this could be achieved without cutting down on the investment. The train and others will come to an end this year. So Next year, there will be no need. The candidate, De Morena, said no, that there was going to be investment next year. But the challenge is, how do you manage to close these 3 points? Following Juan, we're with a medium-term view. I mean, the fiscal reform, the candidate doesn't want to address that. What was the expenditure on pensions? Yes, as Hector was saying, in debt payment, less in education, and in health a bit more, but with very poor results, as the colleague of Pajo said. We had the highest number of deaths in the country. And we continue to have a per capita GDP below that of 1918. And a lot is said about nearshoring, but this graph here are the expectations of the private sector experts when they are asked about the growth rate for the coming 10 years. Here in 2021, still no one spoke about nearshoring. Nearshoring 2022, it is everywhere except in the data of direct foreign investment. Direct foreign investment as a proportion of GDP in Mexico goes down, and Brazil has twice as much as foreign direct investment as we have. So is there going to be nearshoring or not? If yes, it is of such a magnitude that is not changing the expected growth rate of the Mexican economy. How are we going to succeed or overcome all these challenges? Jose Antonio referred to an article that obliged Mexico to invest 1% on that. But the great challenge is that it is a wonderful challenge. So my colleagues in the ministries of finance in other countries, when you think that you have a difficult situation, well, we have elections. Thank you. Thank you, Juan Carlos. It wasn't easy to comment the 4 presentations. But I did manage. Yes, of course. You did, and we are very informed about the Mexican situation. Important challenges. The figures are self-evident. We'll be optimistic. Let us there will be, as there was a massive concert in Rio of Madonna. I think now we open the discussion to questions. We are on time, so please, if you have any question, any comment, I see Daniel and then Oscar. So please, you raise your hands and we go on. Daniel first and then Oscar. Thank you, Alberto. First and foremost, congratulations to the speakers and commentator. Excellent presentations, most motivating. And they followed the line of what the discussion has been. We've had since yesterday about fiscal challenges of the region. And regardless if the friend, if you don't like that of the right and is neoliberal, or you like that of the left and is neo-populist, and we have the phoenix flying again, I think the point to Juan Carlos, Humberto, and the other speakers in different views on health, investments in the digital or the idea is how to rethink the role of fiscal policy in the future. And here there is a substantive topic. Humberto said, I concur with him, that the social expenses beyond demographic transformation need to be within the budget. They need to be current expenditure, permanent expenses funded or financed with permanent revenue. Cannot be funded or financed with debt, health and social security. And there's a challenge there. And given the fiscal distress or the restrictions we have here, I mean, you need to have your accounts clear, as the panda bear and soap operas also that were very lots of fun. Where is investment? Where is productive investment that needs to reinvigorate growth and growth and growth and growth? So the issue is, how do we design the discussion of improving tax revenue, improving public revenue with a medium long-term perspective, in spite of having periodical or regular elections? But you need to bet on optimism in that there are things that could have longer medium-term views and accommodate different expenditure demands. And it's not an easy topic. No, it's not an easy thing. We still have a rationale of fiscal policy where the country risk and a series of things come into play and limit the field, and what Daniel was saying, the short and long-term cost. How is deficit viewed today within a trajectory perspective? So what I would like to say is, how do we manage for fiscal policy to have an intertemporal, consistent view, and not the short term be the one determining the rules of the game? I think that is the key issue. How do we design fiscal rules and make those rules to be important?
Because when we study economic models, we always learn about intertemporal aspects, but fiscal policy is, a lot of it is defined by T1, and after that we continue to add aspects to this. So the problem is, how can we have a fiscal viewpoint in terms of sustainability, but with an intertemporal perspective, and not only a short-term perspective? That is the major challenge that lies ahead for us, I believe. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Oscar, please. Thank you, Alberto. I'll continue with the argument by Daniel. The session was very useful and necessary. We have finished this logic because some certain conflictive aspects have appeared, and we have to discuss these aspects. And as Daniel said, we have to think about long-term fiscal and policies that are sustainable, but we don't have rigid rules. Rules are flexible. I think we discussed that 2 years ago, and the discussion was around exit clauses, how we could close, we could be flexible to exit the pandemic. And there are fixed rules. And the good thing about this session is that those conflicts have come to the surface. So I would like to make comments about some presentations, but basically to highlight those types of conflicts. What you talked about in terms of public expenditure and health was interesting, but I have a doubt. The data on public expenditure that you mentioned is public expenditure plus social security. And there we encounter a problem, because social security in our countries is completely different. We have social security for Costa Rica that improves equality, universal coverage, and so on, and social security that has nothing to do with equality, as in Argentina and many other countries. So there's no thing as a single public expenditure indicator, and therefore you have to delve deeper in each country, and that is where conflicts arise. It's not enough to say that. And you won't like this too much, James, but it's not enough to have 6 percentage points of the GDP. That is a problem for us. One could accept a percentage of expenditure, but for some cases, the budget points is the percentage points is the budget goal. For other countries is nothing, and it's dangerous because the demands for health expenditure are always on the increase. So what you felt was a floor could become a ceiling and so on. And I also liked a reflection that you made with regards to priorities, because again, the priority of primary care, which is historical, and we all agree on that. But for some countries, that is a short priority, and for others, it's an excessive priority. So I don't know if you're working with disaggregating priorities by groups of countries. And if you do that, it would be very interesting if you could share that. A comment about what Andrea said. I believe it's a fantastic initiative. To begin to do that is fantastic. I don't know how you will continue with that, how you can have a uniform methodology of expenditure on climate change. Because when you establish a structure, the structure adds up to 100, but climate expenditure will not add up to anything, because it has different purposes, different objectives. I don't know if in your experience, whether you're working on some type of methodology or how you view the possibilities of having something that is comparable. Hector was very provocative, and I believe that he is provocative in the good sense of the word compared to the previous panel discussion. I was saying to Daniel that I got the impression that in 3 years, the issue of this seminar will be the debt crisis, because if we continue to be indebted, a point will come where this will explode. And you mentioned that current expenditure is not through debt. I would like to investigate that further, because I get the feeling that the point that in the previous panel discussion was called arose as a result of climate change or demographic changes has current expenditure components. It's not so difficult to disaggregate capital expenditure from current expenditure. And therefore, I believe that we have to discuss that in greater detail. The other point, which is also very arguable, is this issue of social expenditure. It is true that in certain countries we are going beyond with certain aspects. The region has a level of needs for care, inequalities, and income distribution in this region is enormous. Informality is enormous, and therefore I believe that considering that you cannot increase rights when there are no rights, but beware, because there are rights, so we must differentiate between these rights, and therefore we have to analyze what is inside all this. But I think that this thing goes back to tomorrow's panel discussion. We have to increase resources. A region that does not collect taxes, well, we will be able to cater for an insufficient number of rights. Thank you, Oscar. And after that, we'll give time to panelists so that they can respond to the round of questions. There's 2 more people have asked for the floor. Someone at the back there. Please identify yourself and ask your question. Hi, my name is Gracieli, and I work as the coordinator of economic justice for Oxfam. And recently we conducted a project that dealt with inequality of vaccines. And I have a question for James from PAHO. When we think about expenditure for sustainable development, I feel it's very important to think that expenditure can be investment. And health involves a lot of expenditure that could be regarded as investments, because they not only guarantee the right to health and reduce inequalities, but also because of the effect that it can have upon the economy. And in that sense, there is a PAHO initiative that I haven't seen in the presentation, but which I feel is very relevant in that sense, and which is the regional platform for the innovation and production of health inputs, and began with the need for COVID-19 vaccines. So I'd like to know a little bit more about that platform, that initiative, and the opportunity, both in terms of the right to health and also in terms of sustainable development in a longer term fashion, as was asked by Daniel. Juan, I think you have the floor now. Thank you, Alberto. And thank you to all the presenters. I'd like to go back to what Daniel mentioned with regards to the mid-term perspective. And this linked both to expenditure and to revenues and to have a more systemic perspective, the two legs of public finances. We, for example, estimated in 2019 when countries entered into the commitment of achieving midterm sustainable development goals within the 2030 agenda, and we estimated how much countries would have to spend in order to achieve goals in 5 areas: health, education, infrastructure, water, and electricity, which are the main investment components. And there is a whole analysis conducted per country, so there was a sample of around 150 countries. And subsequently, what we have tried to help countries in is to have this midterm perspective. On the one hand, these are our development aspirations, and those aspirations must be compatible with the fact that there are certain trends linked to the economy and so on. And there an economic policy aspect comes in, how governments and ministries of finance, but governments primarily, are involved with this, because we need to have a whole of government approach. In other words, how governments say, okay, I entered into this commitment vis-a-vis the international community, in the sense that I want to make headway with these development goals, and that is indeed the way in which we try to help to have. And having estimations, what does that mean? If by 2030 I want to have certain levels of health, education, and so on, what is it that my budget must generate, and where do I obtain these revenues from? That can be public or private. And in that sense, we advise and help countries to try to generate midterm structures in terms of fiscal frameworks, budget frameworks, and what I mentioned a while ago, the midterm revenue strategy. I work with many countries, and one of the things that I observe it sometimes in some countries is that there is a complete divorce between the people that think about development and public finances. Fantastic plans are established in terms of how we're going to achieve certain development goals, and when one asks, well, then how are we going to finance that, they say, well, we haven't yet considered that. And when we speak to the Ministry of Finance, they say, well, we weren't even aware of that exercise. So necessarily, we view that there is a requirement there in terms of how to develop a whole of government perspective, and goals that go beyond the governments are put forward. How we want to put this in a midterm perspective and not simply on the immediate situation. There will be many immediate situations to deal with, but if we have this midterm perspective, the present situation can be dealt with a midterm perspective, despite the fact that I say, well, I urgently need revenues, I'll increase the rate by 1% because that produces revenues. But to have that present when we conduct this midterm perspective, because this midterm perspective perhaps says that I have to clean up the taxation system from exemptions and so on, which is always more complex, or as an aspect that we haven't discussed, for example, the issue of subsidies. We speak about, and I discussed with Daniel, there are many countries that spend a lot of resources in subsidizing oil and energy, which is contaminating, which is a difficult transition. But within that midterm perspective, we should take into consideration all these aspects, and hopefully, as mentioned by Juan Carlos, who has evaluated the government, and considering that they have a new election underway, it would be adequate to take on board that perspective and to deal with different areas in a consistent fashion. Thank you. Thank you, Juan. I don't know if there are any more questions. No, please, Daniel. Thank you. Very briefly, first of all, a housekeeping information. It's now snowing in Santiago, a little bit higher than than where we are. but maybe you'll be able to see snow. Santiago looks very nice when it snows. There is an issue related to health that I wanted to mention. This concept of primary care. What does it refer to today? We say that there is an epidemiological transition, that there is also a demographic transition on the way. And obviously, it's always better to prevent than to cure or to maintain. But when we speak about primary care, what is it that we're talking about? Because that generates an issue related to investments and so on. So that is what I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Perfecto, vamos a pasar.
Okay, so we'll continue with the panelists. I'm going to take the floor just 2 minutes to make a comment, and we have been talking today and yesterday about something Gabriel mentioned, the intertemporal, intergenerational policies. And it has to do with putting sustainability at the center of the debate. And fiscal sustainability has dimension, an income dimension, an expenditure dimension, which we also talked about in the panel. And it has dimension of institutionality. And it's important that, and I want to talk about the fiscal economy. Many times it is not well managed or well treated, and in one way or another, it can condition or explain why the sustainability is not enough in the region. And that is the challenge, investing in the abilities and capacities, institutional capacities that should exist in the region to better manage fiscal economy in the region to reach that sustainability. You each have 2 to 3 minutes, maximum 15 minutes, and we'll close the panel. James, you have the floor. Thank you, Alberto, and thank you for the comments. And it's been very interesting. Maybe we can begin by the whole of government approach. If we look at COVID-19 and what has happened in the region of the Americas, it has been a whole of government approach. It has not been led by the health sector. It has been managed by the executive together with the Ministry of Finance, with the Ministry of Economics, Foreign Affairs, and health surveillance, and some other actions that are defined by these political branches. So there's been some interesting reactions in this sense. And looking at how you can work with this whole of government approach, and maintaining the fiscal priority for this sector, building more resilient systems, and then going to the APS, Daniel, on health. And we say this because what we've seen, and we saw it in several slides, we saw the inequities and inequalities in the region, the increase of public investment. We see there's huge gaps in terms of equity and quality of service in the Americas. So what does this APS mean? We know the health purists talk about APS as strategic approach. This is the language we use for health, but it is not the first level of care alone. It is the whole set of needs, of services that are necessary for a community, and even the activities of prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, of services that respond to the demands of the community they live in. So they also imply the participation of other levels in healthcare. So it is not necessarily just the first level of care, it's a more strategic approach that has been the subject of many debates in the region. What is and what isn't APS, and that is the fight with this concept that is broader. And we have this productive aspect, and that I think is where we need to do better. We need to work on the impact and investments that are being done in health before finance and other sectors. We understand that we need to do a little more because the results are A, B, C, D, E. The thing with health is that we don't really see the results in the short term. We see some cases where we can produce more concrete results. And some things that are preventable with vaccination, but we have chronic diseases, non-transmissible diseases that we'll see in 20, 30 years. We'll see what is happening with diabetes, hypertension, and other cardiovascular diseases. And within PAHO, we try to better understand the data provided by the Ministry of Finance in order to treat, for example, obesity or others, and also work with the people's well-being in the system. 6% is a goal that was set by the member states. I think it was useful at the time, 10 years ago. The average expenditure in health with general taxes, the way it was shown in the slides that I showed in terms of the healthcare financing system, it was a goal because we had 2.5, 2.6% of the investment. We're never going to do what's necessary to maintain, prevent healthcare in the region. In the OECD, they said, we want to do this by 2030, and we want to reach 6%. That is the goal, but it's insufficient because we know that many countries are above that, and they also don't have universal coverage. They know that many are below and are improving with better health results. But what really matters is the financial protection. We're seeing a trend, a reverse trend, in terms of how much the public spending is increased, and that it could be a factor for impoverishing the population. It may be a very important protection factor in countries. And thank you for the question. To the colleague from Brazil on the platform, it was an initiative by the president of PAHO. Leaving the pandemic, there was a lot of work being done on how Latin America and the Caribbean had significant challenges in terms of the materials and the input that had to be obtained. There's an initiative called the Platform for Technological Innovation in Health and Technology, where there are several sectors of science and technology sector that are discussing the enabling factors to improve the capacity of science and technology in the region, improve investment in this area. And I think it was Daniel who said this morning. There's a lack of science and technology in the region, a lack of academic work and industry. We shouldn't depend on, and today we do depend on the US and Europe, but we shouldn't. And we have some projects to move forward, one with Brazil, one with Argentina. We have several studies underway that work, some that don't. And we have an initiative to strengthen the capacity of these projects and to achieve this technological innovation that the region deserves. So we could offer more information on this matter if necessary. Thank you. Thank you very much, James. Andrea, you have the floor. Well, regarding the question on how to rethink the role of fiscal policy, I agree with what has been said throughout the session, the importance of having a long-term perspective, strengthening public investment for sustainable growth, investment in resilient infrastructure, increasing productivity in order to grow, reducing subsidies to fossil fuels, and the importance of modernizing the tax system, the digital economy, favoring green taxes, the assessment of public expenditure, and what we've been talking about throughout the day, evasion, tax evasion. I assume tomorrow we're going to hear more about taxes. And regarding Oscar's question on methodology for climate change, well, it's a huge challenge. I think we could start by developing a joint definition to try to understand the foreseen impact. Some countries only label the expenditure they have on the main objectives and main objective programs. Perhaps we could do green taxonomies with a state of activities indicating what can be considered, which affects research on climate change, clear ideas, and anything that can contribute to transparency. It was hard to find the methodologies being used in some countries. In fact, we had interviews with the countries in order to try to learn more about the labeling and the regional platform on climate change. We got information from the IDB. There is a very important role for coordination there for those who elaborate these labels. It's important to improve the methodologies and reach a consensus on the definitions and the approaches used, and to stress transparency, to avoid having expenses labeled that are not contributing to climate change, and advancing in the labeling of programs that have a negative impact in sustainability and elsewhere. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Andrea.
Thank you, Andrea. Hector. Thank you, Alberto. I have 4 reactions. I'm going to move along quickly. Thinking of public expenditure, I don't think we should lose the perspective of the social contract. When we had the problem of the pandemic, Asemetlu gave a very interesting presentation. I think it was, well, he's one of the greatest live economists. If we start reducing fiscal space, one of the things that could happen is that the state would begin to abandon its functions, and then we would, I don't want to call it that, but it would somehow be a libertarian state that would simply be dedicated to paying and to the liabilities, and that would have redistributive consequences. Second point, I think that of Juan Toro said, I agree. I think we would have to look for medium and long-term measurements. We have the technology. Maybe you like it more or less. Maybe you prefer the generational accounts, and there's 2 models, but in the institutionality, we should have something that has a methodology that everyone accepts and that is replicable to 30, 45 years, and it's something that is done publicly. And if someone wants to imitate it, that's great. That would organize things. It would eliminate this short-term logic. Third, I think Oscar made a good point. Sometimes this definition of, there's expenses that are current and some are capital, and sometimes there's a gray area. And somehow one of the most emblematic cases is pensions, when people say, okay, let's have a distribution system with these characteristics, and they're not recognized as liabilities. Well, then it means that it's not sufficient to pay these things.
But that is something that we should discuss because it opens up the faucet. These are pretexts. These are debts coming from the past that could bring in problems, serious problems. And then we go back into the past. We have to measure who pays what. And I'd like to close with a comment. If you like intergenerational economy, a few months ago, Robert Solow, the great Robert Solow, passed away. And the way the economic things are, there is an ethical issue that has not been discussed. If you think about Solow residual, you don't really know what generation that belongs to. So we would have to say, okay, these increases, how will they be distributed in time? This may sound awfully academic, but it's worth doing it. Thank you, Miguel. I think that with this midterm strategy is where the key lies. I have three ideas. The first idea has to do with the design of fiscal rules. We have to be very careful here because either they are not met if they're not correctly designed, or they are met but they affect certain items in economic growth that may have long-term effects. In Spain, the crisis from 2012, we say that the meeting that the fiscal rules were met, but they reduced in turn investment, which did have midterm effects. Now, spending, this is a mid-long-term strategy. Investment in technology is self-financed in the long run because it brings in a technical change, but we must change. But that eventually brings in benefits to many sectors that in turn bring in growth. And I think that the industrial sector that has been undermined for some time after the pandemic, I think things have changed. And there are sectors where it is very important to have an industrial policy, a midterm industrial policy that may shed long-term results. And in the side of spending, there's a needed investment in human capital. And with the new generations, it's not a short-term thing either. We have to invest that so that we have results in growth. It is also fundamental to fight informality in some places more than others, but informality naturally can bring in resources in order to create that fiscal pact we're talking about in the seminar. In the seminar, perhaps we haven't talked about fiscal havens. These are resources that go there that do not pay tax. I think that's an important thing, to invest resources internationally to fight these fiscal havens. Thank you. The tax havens. Thank you. You are on now? Thank you very much. Now, what about the politicians? There are some governments that say, well, the young people don't want to go into public service because they're corrupt and they are not well seen. But there was a tremendous gap in ECLAC. There was a gap between the ministers' payment and then down the pyramid, the difference is tremendous. The idea is to strengthen training of civil services servants. And being a civil servant is a respected profession. It's worthwhile going into civil service. ECLAC, and from ECLAC, we used to do work with some missions. A young man told me, do you work in statistics? Yes, well, ECLAC perhaps could strengthen the training of these young people. We used to have Excel during those days. But he told me, no way, unless ECLAC will bring in money to raise the wages, because I find it very difficult for them to just stay working for us, and if they're better trained, they won't last a day. But as we said, goodwill is needed. I think that fiscal consolidation, sometimes we pay for civil servants training, but then they leave. This is complicated. And the banking commission, there was a reform, there were certain wages, but there was a cap, and then many just left. Now, the fact was that they were not, after 10 years, able to continue. That is an invitation to corruption, or an invitation for people to just leave immediately. So I think there's is a double skimming, shall we say, of good people. But a lot of talent leaves because we don't understand often that people have needs, they have their own dignity. I think this may be food for thought for, or perhaps for another meeting in 3 years' time. Thank you, Juan Carlos. And in closing this session, by the way, the panel was really behaved very well. Now, first of all, let me thank James, Andrea, Hector, all of the speakers for your excellent presentations. This has been a very fruitful debate, looking at spending, public spending, which is really the topic for this panel. And naturally, with its bridges, much of this has to do with sustainable development. We cannot forget this. And I also want to thank Daniel for the chance to be here, for me to moderate this. About 30 years ago, I was in this same room. I don't remember if it was this room, but I made a presentation at Fiscal Policy Seminar. That was the first time I came to these headquarters. I've seen ECLAC grow and develop. But I'd say that once a year we talk about fiscal policy, and that's an excellent opportunity to talk about this public asset. It's a pleasure to continue collaborating with you. But I have two announcements to say. I've just heard that coffee, delicious coffee, is served outside. There's delicious coffee outside. And secondly, a photograph is to be taken out for the members of the panel. This may be discriminating, but this is what we've been asked. Let's take a photograph, and with this round of applause, we close this panel. Thank you. And now I invite you for coffee. And by the way, I heard that it's pouring rain. So let us get transportation to take you all to your hotels. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 and session number 5.